Yo, what's good, everybody? What's up? Mask Boy, what's up, Space? Is the audio good for y'all, or is it a little bit quiet? I can raise it up a bit. Maybe that's good. This time I'm actually be much closer to the mic because I realized in my other stream I was not speaking directly to the mic, so that's one reason why my side was a bit quiet. Alright, hold on a sec, y'all. Get rid of all this junk. Alright, cool. Alright. What's up, y'all? It's been a while. If y'all haven't seen the thumbnail, yes, I will be live reacting to Ruby versus Maka. Obviously, at the moment, it's not live yet, but that's okay. That's kind of the point. So the goal here is to react to all past Ruby matchups and the one Soul Eater matchup they've done, and see how it works. Yeah, so in order, we're gonna watch it in order. I believe it goes, at least from my plan, is Yang versus Tifa, Mitsuru versus Weiss, Blake versus, shoot, I forgot her name. From Attack on Titan. What's her name? I can't remember. And then the other one's gonna be Venom versus Crona, whatever. And then finally, by then, I should have the Ruby versus Maka should be live and uploaded by now. I could react it as it's live streaming, but I don't want to because I want to pause it and, you know, just be able to react. So, there you go. No, I will be reacting all of it completely because that's kind of the point. And they're not even that long. None of them go beyond, like, the 30-minute mark. And also, I literally, like, live stream, like, 3, 2 plus 4 hours. So, I need that content, you know what I'm saying? And also, it was very intentional to live stream an hour before the actual release, because I want to have time to actually react and see, just have a full consensus opinion on their video, because I'm gonna keep saying it till my grave. I'm not a fan of Death Battle, simply because of the fact that they're not really good at their job. And so I'm like, okay, I had fun reacting to the Godzilla evolution, right? So I was like, you know what? I gotta give them credit. I gotta give them credit by seeing how far they've gone through the years. And just see what they've improved, what they haven't, and so on. So I'm like, you know what? Since they pretty much did all 4 of the cast members, why not just do that? You just see how they've evolved over the years regarding their Ruby scaling or just their overall presentation. Because I don't know. I really don't want to be a hardcore hater, like just hate everything Death Battle related, but it always is just frustrating that they can be so amazing at their job, but they're just so, like, such noobs at it. It's kind of disappointing. Like, I don't get it how they do that. So, you know, that's how it's gonna be like. And also, well, to be fair, I was doing some other things, but I even got myself prepared. I already got my milkshake. I even got a pizza ready to to just straight up absorb while I'm live streaming. So I got the full, you're gonna get the full Nums live stream experience for me. Alright. Homelander versus Omni-Man was really good. Is it though? I mean, well, okay. The fight itself was like, what's the word? It was like therapeutic, you know what I'm saying? But like, it's not really a matchup, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's okay, you know, What's up, Carrot D-Top? What's up, y'all? Yeah, y'all gonna be hearing me munching on things, so apologies, but I'll try to refrain from being up in the mic. Yeah, let me also give like a viewer discretion is advised type of thing. So, I'm not a hardcore Ruby power scaler or a Soul Eater power scaler. I know, shocking, right? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. But that being said, I have watched quite a bit of Ruby. But to be fair, that was like way back in the day when it was relevant. Unfortunately, I stopped by the beginning of volume 6 because it was exclusively on their website. And I ain't gonna waste my money on some dumb membership just for a new episode to drop. And then, obviously, as y'all know, I just kind of just dropped it completely. So, but to be fair, I did, at the very least, revisited all the fight scenes, at least. I did a bit of, like, you know, beginning newbie research on the verses. Because, obviously, a while back, I was not into power scaling. And I was like, you know what, I might as well just give myself a bit of homework, right? So I do know some idea as to where they should be scaled to. And obviously I had to spoil myself, but honestly don't care. So I know I'm going to still be missing a lot of context regarding Season 6 all the way till Season 9. But I am aware there's also other things I haven't looked into. There's the novels, there's their games. Apparently they have a crossover with freaking DC Justice League. Is like, oh, great. And then also there's the, what's the Crossworlds with Blaze Blue, Persona 4, and some other franchise game I'd never heard of. Yeah, and then as for Soul Eater was, I think, one of the earliest animes I've gotten into, like, back in the day. Like, at the time when I grew up as a kid, I was just like only Dragon Ball, like just Dragon Ball, Pokemon, that's it, right? So I thought like, oh, Dragon Ball is the only anime that's worth watching. There's no such thing as anime, it's just Dragon Ball, right? But after I learned that there is such thing as anime, I was like, you know what, fine, let me see if there's any other shows that will come close to the peak of Dragon Ball writing. And obviously me being the moron at the time was like, nah, nothing is gonna slap more than Dragon Ball. And I don't know how I got into Soul Eater, but I just somehow found it because of like AMVs at the time, or I don't know, some music video edits on YouTube showing Soul Eater. I can't remember the specifics, but I watched it a while back. Obviously I never got into the power scaling as well at that time, so, but I thought it was okay. And I'll give my opinions later on, but yeah. I definitely have knowledge on both series, so I'm not a complete like stranger at what they can do, what is the verse and stuff. And yeah, so I'll give my thoughts more and more as it goes on. I even have a notepad just to have notes about what they said or what I gotta say or I want to say. So there you go. Yeah, what's up, you Kashima? So yeah, all right, 12 minutes in. Let's start this. Let's get into it. Let's start it right now. The first one we're gonna do is, as I said, Yang versus Tifa. Now, let me one more time clarify. I have no beef on both series. I think both, or not just both series, just in general. I don't care who wins. I just want to see if Death Battle does it right for both characters, and so on and so forth. How good their actual visual for the animation, the edits, etc., right? So, there you go. Hold on, just give me a sec. Let me get the video popping up. And also get my mic ready. Alright, as y'all can hear, y'all can see it. Fire Lizard, what's up? The Blaze Blue scaling goes crazy. Oh, I know. If I recall, Neil Hertz base Unarkar from the Anna Persona. Yeah. What's a death battle you'd like to see that they haven't done? Ooh, that's a good question. I'll think of that. I'll think about that. I'll even write that down. All right. I'll think about that. Yeah, just give me time. Yang versus Tifa. That's what they called out as wrong. Yeah, I know. I got beef. I still remember a bit of this one. I'm not a huge fan of it, but we'll just wait and see what I gotta say. So yeah, let's go for it. All right, and also if the audio is a bit too loud or too quiet in comparison to my voice, just tell me, y'all. All right, let's get into it. The first one, Yang versus Tifa, came out 9 years ago. Oh my gosh. October 21st, 2015. Hey, bruh, 10-year anniversary? Oh, snap. And 200th episode for Ruby versus Maka. Wow, it just, everything circles back. How nice of that. All right, so keep in mind, y'all, their first Ruby-related matchup came out 10 years ago. So I don't want any of y'all to think I'm a hater, because I know there's going to be evolution since then. But they have no excuse if they have 10 years of development, and they went from like a 5 to a 6, all right? So I'm going to be very critical, but still, you know, as fair as I can be, all right? So, but also let's just have fun as well. Also, let me increase the quality. There you go. All right, let's get this on. And I'm also be munching a bit. And if it freezes, that's not my fault. That's the internet's fault.
Punching, the most useful language in the world when words fail, and these two lovely ladies are fluent in it.
Yang Xiaolong, the adventurous huntress from Ruby.
And Tifa Lockhart, the Final Fantasy heavy hitter with enormous power.
Oh, gosh.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Oh, boy.
The world of Remnant is, well, crazy. Vicious creatures called Grim run wild, entire cities have gone to waste, and every single weapon is also a gun. Even nunchucks.
Oh, that sounds like Disneyland to me. The happiest, most gun-filled place on Earth.
Luckily, the world is protected by the Huntsmen and Huntresses, an elite group of expertly trained warriors.
And where else would you get the training to kill bloodthirsty monsters than from high school?
Oh, I can't believe my baby sister's going to Beacon with me. This is the best day ever!
Yay.
Stop.
After losing her mother to mysterious circumstances and being trained all her life by her hero legend of an uncle, Yang Xiaolong was accepted into Beacon Academy.
It's kind of like Hogwarts.
Motorcycle called Bumblebee, blah, blah, blah. Infamous for puns, hot, yeah.
Except
Inspired by Goldilocks. Oh, okay.
replace wands and books with swords, sniper rifles, and giant transforming scythes. Man, this place just keeps getting better and better. Seriously, I know where I'm gonna retire now.
A natural fighter and thrill seeker at heart, Yang fit right in and soon found herself a member of the color-coordinated team, Ruby. Led by her younger sister, Ruby.
Because that's not confusing at all.
Yep.
I'm talking about kicking off the semester with a bang.
I always kick my semesters off with a yang.
Again, just tell me if the audio's a bit quiet or not.
And she became the master of punching all the things.
See, while Yang's
Punchy,
fellow
punchy
teammates wield a
things.
Scythe, a couple swords, some big guns.
What's up, Dark
Yang
Reflection? Now we
style
just get
combat
started.
is
We're starting with the
more
first matchup of
direct
Ruby.
approach.
Yeah, she does, with her shotgun gauntlets.
Her 2 golden bracelets aren't just stylish, they extend to form a weapon called the Ember Celica.
With just a punch, the Ember Celica fires off a flash of kinetic energy, blasting a foe with an explosion of force and a beautiful sound. To top it off, these concussive blasts can fly several hundred feet. Yang is one of the few people I know who can punch a bird out of the sky. That's what you get for crapping on my car.
In addition, like most huntresses, Yang can manifest her soul as an aura. Aura
Oh, snap.
can be used to block deadly attacks.
Hold on, wait, okay, semblance. Draw strength from damage taken. Power stems from her hair. I mean, I guess. No defined limits. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put note on that. Okay. Must remain conscious to absorb power, not limited to physical attacks. Alright, cool.
And heal minor wounds, and Yang's is no different.
But my favorite way she uses her aura is when she goes Super Saiyan.
What's up, Cloud?
Many hunters and huntresses possess a semblance, a special power unique to them that makes Beacon Academy look a little more like the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters.
Yang's semblance absorbs
Yeah,
the
but
damage
not
from
as
hits
cool.
she takes, adding them to her own physical power. After taking just 2 attacks from a mech suit, she was strong enough to shatter the whole thing in one go.
Which was impressive.
Unfortunately, her
I ain't gonna lie.
semblance does not increase her aura's defense, so she feels the full force of everything that hits her aura, and can only absorb power so long as she remains conscious.
Luckily, she's pretty tough.
I know,
Yang
right?
survived a punch that easily smashed her through a concrete pillar.
Okay, hold on. Beat Junior's gang single-handedly. I mean, yeah, sure. Blocked attacks from Pellet 290. Yeah, sure. Blah, blah, blah. Sent up to 2 hits. Survived being hit 10,000 feet into the air. I mean, that's okay. Fought Beowulf for a whole day. Wow. I mean, that's kind of impressive. Punched Junior through a pillar without using Ember Silica. Alright.
You know, the ones designed to hold up entire bridges?
And during a food fight, remember this is high school, Yang was knocked up into the air and did not come back down for about 100 seconds. More than enough time to reach terminal velocity. This means upon landing, she took an impact of nearly 50 tons of force.
Wow. 50 tons, y'all. Wow. Oh my gosh, that is so impressive. That is totally not underwhelming, bro. Oh my gosh. I mean, what? This is like episode 3 or something? It's okay, I guess, but... Ooh, that's nothing, bro. That's really pathetic. I'm just saying.
And stood right back up like it was nothing. Ah, what a waste of good food.
Despite this, Yang can only take so much. Her aura has a limit, as does her short temper. Pushing both of these too far leaves her extremely vulnerable.
Like when this ice cream lady knocked her out because Yang had been fighting monsters all day with no sleep.
It's also worth noting Yang is less adaptable when fighting.
Wait. Hold on. No, hold on. Sorry, I'm chewing on my pizza. So hold on. On one hand, that's still impressive that she's able to fight for a whole day without resting. At the same time, though, you could still consider that an impressive feat for a Neo's side. Because the fact that she's still, you know, relative to her full power, yet Neo can still outbest her and win, that's still an impressive feat. So, I don't want to consider that an anti-feat. But at the same time, I wouldn't consider that a... you know, impressive at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So.
Against foes specializing in kicks.
Still, she's confident she's one of the...
Oh, yeah. I remember this one. I remember that they emphasize how, oh, well, she's good at punching, but kicks, that's where she draws the line. It's like, is kicks really gonna be, like, a massive, like, win condition? Like, let's be real here. Because, like, it's one thing if it's, like, it's Ruby's not really like JoJo, where it's like technique or skill versus skill. It's just, I'm gonna be honest, Ruby scaling is kind of hella mid. It's very straightforward. It's not as complex as people think it is. So when Screw Attack or Death Battle emphasize like, oh, kicks is gonna be her main weakness, it's like, not really. Maybe she doesn't have like the experience of handling fighters with that type of like combat style, but it's not really like a massive like liability. So I don't get why they emphasize that part, but I mean, and I know that Monty Ohm, the creator, did mention that like early on into the series, but especially nowadays, that doesn't mean anything anymore. Again, that's just a minor nitpick, but like, come on now.
The best in her class and dedicated to graduating Huntress School so she can travel the world fighting everyone just for the thrill of it.
All right, now let's get into Tifa's side. By the way, other than them mentioning a bit of her AP and DC, a bit of stamina, they didn't really emphasize her speed. So that's kind of a -1 point on me, but whatever.
Lies a small mountain village called Nibelheim. At first glance, this town appears calm and peaceful, not worth a second look.
Until a sword-wielding goth guy found his alien mother hidden inside. He's celebrated with fireworks.
After losing her parents and watching the madman Sephiroth burn her hometown to ashes, Tifa Lockhart joined Avalanche, a group dedicated to protecting the planet from ecological harm and meteors.
Speaking of meteors, check out the size of the
Oh my
homestead.
gosh.
What? I was talking about the meteor.
We get it.
Anyway,
Shut up.
I was thrust into the stereotypical gender role of housekeeper by maintaining the hidden Avalanche home base, Seventh Heaven. But it wasn't all bad because it also doubled as a bar.
And she doubled as a bouncer.
Now, I've been thrown out of my fair share of bars for totally illegitimate reasons, but not even I would urinate on the Seventh Heaven jukebox with Tifa on guard.
Smart choice, since she is a master of close quarters combat. Tifa is a feint brawler, adept at surprising foes with quick, powerful strikes. And as she traveled with her friend Cloud to save the planet, she learned 7 legendary techniques, the limit breaks.
Oh snap. Hey yo. Oh snap. Oh snap.
Accessing her inner gambler, Tifa's limit breaks include rapid-fire punches, explosive throwdowns,
Dang.
summoning dolphins who uppercut people?
What?
That's just awesome. And if she manages
I forgot
to
about
throw
that.
all of them in order, she charges the last of her limit energy into one final titanic punch. The final heaven.
Dang. Oh snap.
You, squirrel!
Yeah.
Tifa is ready to throw down at a moment's notice, and even wears leather gloves everywhere she goes just in case a fight comes her way.
I mean, yeah,
And if
duh.
she decides to get really serious, Miss Lockhart busts out her 2
Oh my
round,
gosh.
beautiful ultimate weapon.
Stop it.
You dare.
The premium heart.
Oh. Well, the premium heart increases Tifa's
Wait.
striking power immensely and can
It's just, wait, hold on. Why does it look like the Kingdom Hearts logo? What the heck? Hold on. Premium Hearts, 7.6 times stronger. Dang. All right. Got a 7 times boost apparently. Materia, Fire, and Ice. Status, elements. That's actually pretty hardcore. So that improves defense and evasion. Increases physical nullifies fire, ice, holy, and gravity damage. Bruh, her equipments are cracked. Oh my gosh, that's actually pretty fire, bro. Bro, I'm surprised that Death Battle rarely references their like stat resistances or hexes. Bro, they should have emphasized these parts more. What the frick? Oh my gosh.
to do so over time as she builds limit energy. However, they lose this increase after Tifa uses her limit breaks and need time to charge back up.
Oh, that sounds like
I
it
mean,
could be a
is that really a problem? Especially if you can like no diff your enemy. You can just literally refresh and just abuse the heck out of it.
problem. Oh, if she didn't also have magic.
In Final Fantasy VII, there's a wide variety of magical ability granting gems called materia. Any person can wield any materia, and it's up to the game's actual player to decide who gets what, giving Tifa no standard materia setup. However, thanks to the Dissidia Fighting series, we know Tifa prefers to carry fire and ice materia into battle.
These fire and ice
Okay, so I understand why they do this, because again, they're trying to be like, hey, no outside assistance, no, buffs that are not natural to their abilities or whatever, but I don't know. I feel a bit iffy on that, because I get it, but at the same time, it's like, well, all of her abilities are bound to gameplay mechanics, right? They literally listed her own item equipment. Hold on, where is it? Like right here, yeah. Increases MP by 32 points. That has no relevance to this fight. Like, obviously, they can just generalize and be like, yeah, she has a limited magic pool, and that's it. But if they're gonna acknowledge the gameplay, is like, well, then what is the actual, like line of what is acceptable via gameplay and what isn't? So, I don't know. That might be me, because they do emphasize composite matchups, so I personally would say they should just give her all of the material that it is applicable to her in the games. But if that's just not fair, well, then it's like, you probably should have done that matchup to begin with. I don't know. That's just me, I guess. I don't know. I'm just saying. I just feel like they could have just given all of them to Tifa, and I would have... yeah, I forgot. If she was going to lose eventually, they couldn't just been like, yeah, even if we swapped around the combinations or give her all the materia, it wouldn't have changed the results, right? So they could have also brought that point up, so I don't know. That might just be me, of course, but I don't know. At least they use, gameplay evidence, so that's fine, but
Striking power.
ice materia, let Tifa conjure and wield fire and ice. Combine that with her freakish superhuman strength, and she's like an unstoppable powerhouse.
Well, her immense power does come at a price. Her skills in speed and defense are somewhat lacking, making her something of a glass cannon. But to help make up for this, Tifa wears 2 armor pieces. She wears a ribbon on her arm in memory of her late friend Aerith,
Come on, man. Don't bring that up.
which protects her from negative effects like poison and paralysis. She also likely wears the Minerva band to defend from fire and ice.
Glass cannon or not, her strength is ridiculous.
Oh,
She's strong
hell
enough
no.
to fight an embodiment of Sephiroth and throw giant monsters around.
okay. First of all, I'm still chewing, so sorry about that. But second of all, what the frick, Death Battle? Y'all heard what they just said. She's a bit of a glass cannon, but right on screen, they write down survive being attacked by Sephiroth. Do you not think that maybe Tifa scales to the rest of the cast? So skill level or skill issue or not, she still has to be relative in speed, defense, and AP to at all keep up with the conflict going on as the story progresses. And also, what the frick? Throwing Cloud broke Mach 1. Wow. Mach 1 speed scaling. Wow, guys. And also, it's like, they did use, like, the gameplay logic, right? So it's like, oh, well, she's a bit of a glass cannon via her stats, her AP, HP, MP. I'm like, well, you do know that Cloud and Sid could also have relative HP and MP to Tifa, so wouldn't that also imply Tifa still has relative stats via gameplay scaling? So that logic does not work at all. That's just terrible. It's a weird gameplay concession fallacy that they decide to double down on, yet also decide to also contradict at the same time. That's already an L right there.
Like nothing.
And there was the time she helped throw Cloud through the air to reach the flying monster Bahamut Sin. After leaving Tifa's hand, you can see a Mach cone form around Cloud.
Oh my gosh.
Which means Tifa must have helped throw him with enough force to break the sound barrier.
Wow.
Cloud's a lightweight. Come on, how hard can that be?
Well, factoring in the weight of Cloud and his giant weapon, he must have been thrown with up to 153 tons of force.
Wow.
Shit, talk about power. You don't want to mess with Tifa's strong, twin, firm
No.
fists. Also, she's got a really nice rag. Did I mention that yet?
Man, shut up.
feels like you're flying, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also, why are their end credits so dang long? I don't recall that being this long, bro.
All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all.
So, as a reminder, y'all, Tifa has 150 tons of AP, which is essentially above multi-city block baseline, give or take, and Yang is around city block and AP. Tifa has a confirmed Mach 1 speed scaling, which is absolute garbage, versus Yang, who Death Battle did not give any definitive speed scaling. And not to mention her durability is way worse than Tifa. Tifa scales to way more powerful enemies. But, you know, spoilers, Tifa loses. So, I don't know what the heck they were doing regarding the rest of Yang's stat research or outline. And like I said, I'm not a hardcore Final Fantasy scaler, so I can assure you pretty much all they said was a lot of just wrong, because basically they were relying on pure gameplay scaling rather than actual narrative or lore scaling, or just, you know, scaling to the characters. So that's already bad. So yeah, again, they really screw the pooch on this one, but that's just how it is, I guess. So I don't know, let's just watch the actual fight. But yeah, that's my thought on their actual research.
Time for a death battle!
Also, no ads, apparently. Hey, the black and purple people. Bro, I missed that.
Hold up, let me see some ID.
Dang. Bruh, Yang, why are you so mean?
Hello.
That was so-
Nothing's panic
that was so
people, just
rude.
Looking for someone. I will take a strawberry sunrise though. No ice. Thanks.
Sorry, miss. I think you'd better turn yourself around and look elsewhere.
So, does this mean no sunrise?
Oh, dang. Oh, snap. Dang. Did she do the Hadouken? Oh, snap. Oh.
Having fun? I sure am.
Don't mock me!
Oh, yeah, I forgot they got the actresses for this one. Bro, she was breakdancing for a second. Oh, snap. Aha, referenced.
Warm-up's over. I'm going to blow you out of the water!
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. They got the theme song going on. Oh, dang, she's bleeding. That's actually rare for Ruby, now that I think about it.
Not even close.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Bro, yo, Yang is getting manhandled. Oh, snap.
Don't move! Alright. Let's see if you can keep up with this!
Oh, yeah, the power gambling, yo. Yo, the freaking dolphin!
Did I just explode?
Dang!
What in the world?
Oh, heck no. Nah, this is some anime BS right here. What? What?
Like that?
Dang, bruh.
Nailed it.
Oh my gosh.
Cross another potential wife up.
Dang, yo. Okay, I will say the choreography was actually pretty good. I can't remember who was the guy that used to do the choreography for Death Battle, but he was actually pretty slick with the way he does it. The animation though, Tifa's model's pretty bad. I ain't gonna lie. Yang was okay, but I don't know. Her face is just kind of.
Was naturally stronger and more experienced than Yang, but Yang's semblance quickly turned all Tifa's power against her.
What?
Even the Minerva Band, the best of Tifa's armor options to counter Yang's strength and shotgun blast, was eventually overtaken by the semblance.
Why? But why though?
Plus, while Tifa could lift creatures many times heavier than Cloud using her limit breaks, she never shows this kind of strength anywhere else, implying that this power is exclusive to those limit breaks rather than something she possesses naturally.
What? Excuse me? Death Battle, are you high? So, just because it's only applicable because of her special moves, her power is not scaled to her base level? But that doesn't matter because she's still she's activating said power when her special moves are being used onto Yang. So no matter what, Yang has to be strong enough to actually withstand that power, even if it's special moves equivalent. So it's... Bro, I'm actually having a stroke right now just trying to wrap around what the heck they just said. How does that work? It's like, it's basically what they're trying to say is like, imagine if, say, you had Goku versus Raditz, right? And normally everybody's like, oh yeah, Goku's planet level. But then Death Battle here is like, no, Goku's only planet level when he's using Kamehameha. Without that attack, nah, he's just like superhuman level. It's like, bro, whether he's using it or not, he is generating planet level attacks onto Raditz. You cannot just be like, that doesn't count. It's like, no, it counts. Either he is planet or he's not planet level. So I don't get what kind of argument that was. And also, they literally just have Tifa scaled at 150 tons, which is, again, multi-city block, which is still over, 3 times the AP or the durability of Yang. And they didn't really imply that she was above that, unless that was just an average feat. But they didn't emphasize what was her limit, so... Because they did literally say that, oh, well, she can only get stronger if she's conscious, and also her defense doesn't get stronger as she gets her rage boost. So, either way, Tifa, based on their own notes, is still gonna no-diff Yang, but she's still lost. And yet the only thing they said is, oh, well, she has better experience and skills. It's like, so she has better skills, experience, and higher AP, yet she's still lost. What kind of logic is this, bro? Oh, man. Oh, that is so terrible.
And even though Tifa's premium heart increased in power over time, they reset after her limit breaks, while Yang's power kept on rising.
Okay, so that's another problem. It's like, sure, you can say that, but the thing is, you have to argue Yang is durable enough or has enough stamina and endurance to last that fight or damage and be active to have that endless increase, which based on the AP stats they give, she wouldn't. She'd probably get knocked out or worse, just die from Tifa having a higher battle power. And also, the other problem is the fact that they pretty much made a no limits fallacy. Straight up, they just said that, oh, well, her power increases infinitely. It's like, that's a no limits fallacy. You cannot say that there is no limit to her growth. Otherwise, she can just one-shot everyone in her own verse or just fiction in general. So that's another problem that they made to give Yang the W. That should not be acceptable at all. They made a no limits fallacy, and they clearly botched Tifa's AP stats. And also, I like to remind people, there was no mention of Yang's, like, speed stats at all. So, yeah, why? What kind of result is this, bro? This result sucks.
However, Yang's real trump card was her aura. Her semblance would have been useless if she could not survive Tifa's attacks. Luckily, her aura is durable enough to take a punch that shattered a concrete pillar about 4 feet wide, a feat which requires at least 1,400 tons of force.
That's the equivalent of having 360 jetliners fall on your face. Yang's power just pulled through in a snap.
The winner is Yang Xiaolong.
Okay, so now all of a sudden they decide to update her durability stat to, like, what? Not even 10 times, but more like 30 times. And by the way, like I said, they effed up Final Fantasy scaling hardcore because they only relied on gameplay. Meanwhile, they used a one-off feat, which, keep in mind, that was like season 2 or something. That's not even like her actual peak. Meanwhile, Tifa has gone through Kingdom Hearts. They've gone through a bunch of other Final Fantasy VII adaptations, crossovers and stuff. And yet, she just still loses. And also, again, they had no reference to Yang's speed. So even if she was strong, could Tifa not just outspeed her? So no matter how strong she is, she cannot land a hit on Tifa. So Tifa can just speed blitz her and just eventually wear her down to eventually lose. So again, they failed at Tifa's AP, at Yang's AP. They failed at Yang's durability and Tifa's, and they failed at Yang's speed stat, as well as acknowledging that they only relied on no limits fallacy and gameplay consensus. Great. That is swell. Wow. That was terrible.
Next time on Death Battle.
What was this? I have no idea what this is. I don't know. Whatever. Skip that. Anyways, yeah, that was pretty bad. That was really, really awful. I'll set up the next matchup. Give me all a second. A massively FTL Tifa. Yeah, I bet, bro. Yeah, that was really bad. Again, I'll be fair. Choreography-wise, it was actually pretty cool. I like the actual fight between the two. Although Ye was pretty mean. Like, bro, the guy, the security guy, he was just doing his job. It's like, hey, girl, you're underage. Get out of here. And Yang, for some reason, just punches through like it's nobody's business. Like, bruh, Yang just committed a crime. And Yang was just minding her business in the freaking bar. Bro, Yang is evil in this episode. What the heck? I know she's like, she's a bit of a rebellion type of archetype, but it's like, what's her deal? That might just be me, of course. But yeah, so choreography, animation-wise, was fine. Tifa, her model was kind of iffy. Her face was a little weird, but it's alright. They did use the environment nice and well, and the soundtrack usage was pretty cool. So the fight itself was fine. I actually give it like a... I give it a 7. I'd say it was actually pretty good. But the rest was absolute atrocious. Oh, and also, yeah, bro, the Tifa, you know, pairs jokes. Yeah, that was honestly cringe in my opinion. And their scaling was just awful. Like, I guess they got Yang's scaling right, although they didn't really scale her to anybody else. It's just her feet, so they could have improved a bit on that part, but she was okay, I guess. But Tifa was absolutely awful. It was just like, oh, look at her gameplay stats. And then, look, she can throw Cloud pretty far. It's like, really? That's all y'all gotta really give for Tifa? It's like, ugh. I don't know. That was really bad. Alright. I got my drink through. I ate 2 of my slices of my pieces. Yeah, no. I don't know what y'all have to think about that, but that was really bad. But hopefully, that was just the first matchup, and I think the release of Ruby vs. Maka is about to go up, so let's continue on. The next one we'll be doing is Weiss versus Mitsuru, and man, oh, they screw the pooch on this one as well, bro. I still remember this one. It's really... Okay, again, spoilers, sorry. It's been out for, I don't know, 6 years or whatever. This is the worst matchup you could possibly think of. Alright? This is Weiss, even, let's just somehow wank her to oblivion. This character is planet level somehow. Mitsuru at her peak is outer versal level. Planet Buster versus outer versal. What could possibly go wrong with this matchup? I have no idea. But let's react to it because, oh boy, unlike with Final Fantasy, I do have some knowledge on Persona scaling, or just Shin Megami Tensei lore scaling. And oh boy, if I have beef with Yang versus Tifa, this one is gonna be atrocious, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Alright, so this one came out in June 12th, 2019. The other one came out, the previous one, 2015. So this was a relatively 4-year gap, give or take. Man, this is gonna be interesting. What's up, Tortoise? I'm a Yang Glazer, but I didn't like this one for the reasons you mentioned. Yeah, facts. It's several from what I recall. Yeah, the only connect is ice or something. Yeah. I mean, there is some connections. I'll give them that. They do have some good character relationships, but here's the problem: character relations does not equate to AP relationship. All right, Sun Wukong and Goku may be similar, but they're not the same in power. Goku and Superman may be similar in character, but they're not the same in power. So I don't like that they make these dumb matches where like, ooh, they make ice, these ice women queen, they can, ooh. It's like, who cares? This matchup is absolutely unfair and a waste of our time. Like, straight up. It's like having them do Raditz versus Beerus. It's like, bro, what's the point? This is a terrible matchup, straight up. So I'm already upset as is. And I cannot remember what they're going to say, but man, this is going to be interesting. Let me get my other slice of pieces while I'm at it. Oh boy. All right.
They're as cold as ice.
Oh my gosh.
Sacrifice.
Today we're
Stop
pitting
it.
together 2 queens of ice born into powerful, if troubled, families.
Weiss sneeze.
That's-
Heiress to the
So I was right. It was literally that. That's the only connection they have. Oh yeah, they are ice women and they have a troubled family. And they're rich, I guess. Great. Okay. Bro, they could have chosen any other character. It doesn't even have to be similar. They could have been and completely like opposite, like the reverse of Weiss or Mitsuru. That is also relative in power to make an interesting matchup. But no, ice and ice is like, wow, truly one is going to be the most interesting visual matchups you could possibly think of.
Schnee Dust Company and member of the Huntress Team Ruby.
And Mitsuru Kirijo, heiress to the Kirijo group and member of the Persona-wielding Seas.
By the way, best girl, shut up.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Oh, they had animations at this point. All right.
The world of Remnant is known for many things. The vicious creatures called Grimm, the hunters and huntresses committed to fighting them, and the Schnee family.
Yeah, they're kinda like royalty, and their princess is Weiss Schnee. As the heiress to the family company, she grew up in a pretty cold home. Pun intended.
The Schnee family expected a lot from Weiss. It was considered
Left-handed. Okay.
essential that she live up to their highly influential name.
Too bad for them, she had her own plans.
Rejecting her father's wishes to remain at home, Weiss left to attend Beacon Academy and train to become a huntress, literally putting the W in Team Ruby. Within just a year, Weiss established her own name for herself, saving the kingdom on more than one occasion, and doing so with her trusty blade, Myrtenaster.
Oh snap! So they also are going to include manga scaling because they literally have a panel of the manga. So I don't want to hear no excuses about, oh well, we can't include this specific source. Like, nah, this is composite scaling. You should use composite scaling, guys. Dang it.
And that's McHugh. Merc Nasty here is a multi-action rapier with a 3-foot-long blade. But guess what? It's also a gun! Instead of a plain old crossguard, it's got a 6-slot revolver-style chamber that Weiss fills with bullets colored like the rainbow.
Well, they're not exactly bullets. They are vials of dust, which she can fire to enhance her weapon and skills. Ironically, the Schnee Dust Company is by far one of the largest producers and exporters of dust.
Wait. They sell dust? I got a ton of that shit covered in the bookshelf in my trailer. I could sell it and finally have enough money to buy a second bookshelf. Just farm, here I come.
No, not that kind of dust. In the world of Remnant, dust is an energy source, often used to fuel vehicles, androids, and weapons. Wait, you have books?
When did I say anything about books?
Well,
All right. Okay, I'll give them that. That was kind of funny.
Types of dust: air, lightning, fire, and water.
And Weiss likes to mix water and air together for her favorite, ice dust.
And that is why they call you the Ice Queen.
She can also attack with
Dang,
fire,
Yang.
launch a windstorm,
So mean.
block attacks with barriers, and many, many other techniques.
No. 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 Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Bruh. No. Alright. Hold on, let me calm myself down and finish chewing. Y'all seeing what I'm saying right now? This is from the crossover, right? I will say this. If you allow composite scaling, which includes Justice League / DC and the, crossover with this, you can definitely hype up Ruby cast to absurd levels. In that scenario, yes, this fight would actually be more evenly matched and more acceptable. But they're not going to do that. I bet you $1 billion, because I can't remember much of this video, they do not do that. So even though they're literally using clear footage of this crossover, which is kind of acceptable for composite scaling for Weiss or just Ruby in general, they're not going to do that. So they're still going to have a non-planet buster character to an outer versal character. Do y'all not see the problem with this? Why are they going to blatantly use footage of a acceptable crossover, yet not use anything from said source material? What are y'all doing, Death Battle? That's why I was actually getting nervous, bro. This is Kangaroo Court, man. I'm not trying to be one-sided to Persona, because Persona's actually pretty good, but nah, man. Yo, Ruby fans, y'all were done dirty on this one. Oh no.
Myrtenaster is a surprisingly versatile weapon.
She also uses dust to boost her semblance, which is basically her X-Men superpower. Weiss gets hers from her family line and can do a bunch of stuff with it.
She can make glyphs on surfaces or in the air, each with a different color denoting its ability. Black glyphs hold things in place, while white ones propel things forward. Also, by infusing glyphs with dust, she can manipulate their effects. For example, a touch of lightning dust lets her dilate time, dramatically increasing her speed.
Or even better, she can use the glyphs to summon monsters to aid her in battle, Beastmaster style, like this crazy boar, a giant killer wasp, and the Armagigas.
Which literally translates to giant armor in Latin, so fitting.
Damn, just imagine how great her family could be if they all didn't hate each other. Unlimited dust, giant bodyguards you could summon anytime, and they'd never be stuck with warm beer.
Unfortunately, the Schnee family does suffer from some rocky relationships, with the exception of Weiss and her older sister, Winter.
Wait, go back. Is her dad Colonel Sanders?
Oh my
Yes,
gosh.
there's a certain resemblance.
KFC, KF Schnee? No wonder they're so rich.
What?
Where did you get that chicken?
What? You don't carry pocket chicken?
So, back on topic, what
Again, I'm not gonna say anything anymore regarding to this topic, but y'all see what's on screen. Anyways, so in battle, well, it's just against elemental. Okay.
Weiss has a very powerful and versatile ability, and like most semblances, it's powered by her aura.
Which is like an invisible shield around her body. She's basically unkillable while it's up.
Though the aura itself isn't indestructible.
Are you sure about that, Boobstick? Are you sure about that? Because 9 volumes begs to differ, buddy. 9 Invincible? Yeah, are you sure about that? And y'all literally just post a footage right after the fact where she got burned. What? Why did they have to include that? They just say, hey, this barrier, this aura makes their durability higher. That's all they had to say. Why did they have to contradict themselves? Come on now.
It can be depleted after taking a lot of damage and needs time to restore itself. Without it, she cannot use her semblance, and she's...
So aura is described, blah, depleted or is a different person. General, if you're out of aura, you can't use your semblance. Yeah, duh.
much more vulnerable.
It's aura is basically like the life force energy of most like other franchises. Think of Ki, Nen, Chakra, Hockey, etc. You know, it's that type of thing.
But that aura is pretty friggin' tough. It was just enough to take a full-on hit from...
Oh no, Army can cut up a Paladin. Topple the Colossus, dodge a sound attack. Wow, bro, a Mach 1 speed character. Hit a pillar with 39 million joules. Oh my gosh, that's actually pretty cracked. Survive a train crash. I mean, that's kind of nothing. Whatever. Hold on, what's... I'm actually gonna check that. What's
Lava
that?
can reach temperatures up to 1200 degrees Celsius, enough to melt iron. And during a food fight of all things, she was thrown into a pillar so hard it was obliterated.
Hey, Wiz, I've been in a few food fights in my time, and that shit gets intense. And that one's tame by comparison.
But greatest of all, with a combination of ice and her aura, she survived riding atop a speeding train crashing through concrete.
Wow.
By measuring the diameter of the resulting hole and applying the values of fragmentation, this means Weiss survived an impact equal to over 7 tons of TNT.
7 tons of TNT? Bro, hold on a second. As a reminder, Yang was labeled as over 1,500 tons of TNT. So y'all telling me that Yang outscales Weiss by a whole... Let's see, hold on, let me do my math. About 220... Yeah, over 200 times difference in durability? What? What? I'm not saying that Yang is like beyond Weiss level, because obviously there's still some minor, you know, stat difference between all of them, but like Weiss does scale to Yang. So seriously, 7 tons of TNT, that's it? That's really it? That's kind of like
But it's not
garbage.
just Weiss that's tough. Her glyphs are strong enough to catapult the arm.
And by the way, as a reminder, as like a frame of reference, 7 tons is large building level, bro. Yang can withstand 50 tons or from just falling, which is like what was it, city block, and then above that with her rage boost, she goes to like multi-city block, bro, or like even like small town level potentially. So I have no idea why the frick they now decide to update Weiss to like abysmally like inferior to Yang's durability. Like, that's absurd, bro. That is atrocious. I did not think that would... Well, I don't know, why would they update that way? What the heck?
Armagigas, and with her ice powers, she's knocked around a giant mech built for fighting Godzilla-sized Grim.
Compared to the height of her teammate nearby, it appears she created over 2,000 metric tons of ice. Obviously, that much ice doesn't fit into 2 vials of dust. She's likely using the ocean as a base to exert fusion energy and vaporization energy on the nitrogen in the air.
Yeah, that's actually true. I did get one argument where people are like, oh, you can't really define AP in correlation to ice. Is like, no, you can't actually. So creating ice, although may seem a bit like counterintuitive to like what kinetic energy is, which is, you know, heat, energy, movement, that type of thing. But yes, ice feats in fiction can actually be used as AP examples. I know people might think that's a bit weird, but it is acceptable no matter what.
Thereby freezing it like so. At most, this would require over 900 billion joules of energy, equivalent to detonating around 230 tons of TNT.
Wow, 231 tons. Wow, bro. Hold on a second. So she's still inferior to Yang, even at her peak? Bro, they put Yang at 1,500. She's not even 300 tons? So she's still inferior in AP and durability by a whopping 5 times? Technically more? What? Now I'm confused. I'm like, wait a minute. They were hyping Yang up pretty impressively, but now they're just dropping her down all of a sudden? That's a little weird. Again, as a reminder, that's just basically equivalent to multi-city block. In fact, actually, no, that's pretty much what it is. So, in case people want a frame of reference as to what that means in terms of scale or range.
Wow, no wonder she could push that big old rope.
And to be fair, yes, the actual calcs that they're making is accurate to the scaling of Ruby. It's just that via, you know, correlation to the characters, like, you know, scaling to Yang, scaling to Ruby, that's where it becomes like, I don't know about that, Chief.
But around, plus Weiss can also move super quick, dodging missiles and even hitting bullets out of the air.
And with time dilation, she can stay nearly untouchable while taking out her opponents in the blink of an eye.
And the manga has great freeze such as goods from outer space, are unsupported by primary canon, or stem from What? Oh, what? Death battle? What are you doing? What? Oh, what? Okay, well, first of all, I already said this matchup is beyond terrible. But we're trying to, you know, be fair to Ruby, right? Y'all constantly say we use everything, no matter what. What do you mean? What do you mean you can't use that feat? Just because it's not supported by primary... It could be an outlier feat, but it's still a feat. And also, you did literally scale Yang to 5 times that of Weiss, but this random manga feat that y'all are mentioning is not acceptable. Because of gags, though. What? Bro, I think now they're doing like the complete opposite. They went from overpowering up Yang to now downplaying the heck out of Weiss unintentionally. So I don't know what's going on here. Even I'm befuddled. I'm like, wait a minute. That's illegal. It's like, what?
Like that old saying, float like an inner tube on a lazy river and sting like your pee in the morning.
Please go to a doctor.
Ew, what the heck?
Throughout her journey, Weiss has overcome all sorts of dangers, but her most difficult task may have been the moment her father cut her out of the family, leaving her financially broke and dismissed from her birthright.
Ah, boo-hoo, no more allowance. Still, she's powered through and made a name for herself as a huntress. With the Ruby team at her back, I think she's found the family she truly belongs to.
Get it. Also, what was it? Yeah, Fire Lizard, you made a great point. That's another thing that's weird, is that This show had another 4 years of development since then. And this is supposed to be Volume 6 Weiss. But the Yang Yeus, they only had up to Volume 2. So, in their weird meta scaling in their own minds, Volume 6 Weiss is weaker than Volume 2 Yang, despite the years or months time gap they had to train, plus other experience to fight other enemies and stuff. So, that also doesn't make sense. It's like, wait a minute, she should by now scale to Yang, given the time frame that the show was at. So there's even less excuse as to why Weiss cannot scale to Yang. Because I know they want to do like feats only type of thing, but it just, that doesn't work, bro. Just have her scale to Yang, who also has higher levels of AP and DC stuff. But I guess that's not applicable? I don't get it.
I'm more than a name.
I'm on my last pizza, y'all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone in Japan who didn't know of the Kirijo Group, a global conglomerate involved in nearly every aspect of daily life. And the heiress to this impressive company was a young girl
The Marinkan
named Mitsuru
spell. I like
Kirijo.
that.
But unknown to her, the family company was into some pretty sketchy stuff. Her grandpa started experimenting with some sort of mental world called the Mind Place.
Or more officially, the collective unconscious, a realm connected to every living being's subconscious mind. And within the collective unconscious dwells shadows, fragments of human psyche which often appear as malevolent monsters.
They're basically demons.
Kind of. However, there's another sort more directly integrated with the minds of individual people, effectively becoming their shadow selves.
So some of them are demons who want to kill you, and some of them are demons who are part of your brain?
Close enough.
Well, Gramps tried to get the shadows for himself, but as anyone who's tried to summon demons will tell you, don't do that. Trust me, it never works out. And when it does, it doesn't.
Chaos Incarnate erupted. The resulting explosion from his experiment released the shadows into reality to prey on an unsuspecting populace, and unveiled the Tartarus, a citadel between worlds. The Earth was drastically changed with a new dark hour, an extra hour of time occurring at midnight.
Most folks didn't notice, though. The world basically freezes in time during the dark hour, including people. So nobody's got to pick up a new 25-hour clock, because when the hour runs up, everything continues like nothing happened. It's like getting an extra hour of secret sleep.
But some people are able to operate during this hour, including Mitsuru, which she decided to take full advantage of.
Best
Yeah,
girl.
She felt pretty guilty about her family basically ruining everything and sending hundreds of murder monsters into the world. So she swore to fix her grandpappy's mess.
And while she's certainly skilled with a rapier thanks to her time in fencing club, a single
Oh, yeah, that's another connection. They both use rapiers. Let's see. Chocolate grants immunity to ice. Yep. Great analysis and clairvoyance. Clairvoyance. Oh, no. Why is this a matchup, y'all? No, that is terrible. Even that's more worse than I think about him. In terms of target. Yeah, this is all right.
sword would never be enough to combat the hordes of shadows. Luckily,
I mean, nah, it's actually pretty reliable if you know how to if you know how to just no diff everyone via gameplay.
her first experience with the Dark Hour helped her out in this regard.
That's one way to put it. She and her dad were almost murdered by spooky shadows.
But this event also led to an awakening. With the threat of death itself mere seconds away, Mitsuru dug deep within and found a new weapon, her shadow self.
And that's how she became a person user.
Persona user.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Thanks to this fateful night, Mitsuru can summon a manifestation of her personality known as a persona. This was Penthesilea, who would eventually evolve into her ultimate form, Artemisia.
Artie is the best non-imaginary friend you could ask for. She's got all sorts of powerful ice spells. She can heal Mitsuru's wounds. She can drain someone's energy and add it to Mitsuru's own. And she can blow people up with mega it's a big purple kaboom that ignores special defenses. Anyway, and to top it all off, she's got a kinky ice whip.
While Artemisia cannot really be killed, she does have her limits. When a persona is overtaxed or takes too much damage, it becomes broken and unusable for a short time.
And since Artemisia is technically part of Mitsuru's mind, when the persona gets hurt, so does she.
But
On damage, personas are resistant to most conventional forms of attacks. Yeah, kind of. It depends on the context and the user itself, but yeah, for Mitsuru, we'll let that slide, I guess. That's
This
fine.
connection also grants Mitsuru her own set of special powers. She's physically superior to most others. She can also sense the locations of people and layouts of buildings through analytical clairvoyance. She's also immune to ice and the cold, so I'm not really sure why she needs a giant fur coat.
Everyone needs a good fur coat.
Because it's
Wiz.
class,
Come on.
bruh. What do you mean?
Yes, it is a pretty nice coat.
Gosh damn, she's fun.
Anyway,
oh my gosh.
Mitsuru wasn't going into battle alone. She gathered a team of Persona users to form the Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, or SEAS, which is much easier to say. The team set out to explore Tartarus, combat the shadows, and put an end to the Dark Hour, while also scoring some extra credit because it was technically an after-school club.
Japanese schools are way more hardcore than ours.
And
Oh,
with
yeah.
the team at her back, Mitsuru needed a tool to reliably summon personas with. And so came the Evoker, which might be a little disturbing to some people, so fair warning.
Not
Yeah,
really.
It's just like a gun, and that's kind of the point. The idea is to use the gun to create an extremely traumatic experience similar to how Mitsuru first evoked her own persona.
Specifically, this is accomplished by aiming the thing at your face and pulling the trigger.
Yeah, that's definitely not how guns are supposed to work.
Questionable concepts aside, Mitsuru and her persona are an absolute
I mean, if it works, it
terror on the
works, whatever.
battlefield.
Oh, God! Did she just cut off that thing's dick?
Yes, she did, Boomstick, and it was a goddamn cannon.
Oh, the horror,
Yeah.
but also cannon dick.
Mitsuru is quick enough to dodge gunfire. Heck, another
Slice Up's Arcane Justice. Oh. That. Okay, just calm down, numbers. Just calm down. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Created 500,000 kilos. Dang, that's actually pretty cool. Although, in context, that's nothing. Dodge gun from Aegis. Alright, sure. Survive exploding bridge. Whatever. Damage Erebus. Oh. Oh, no. No. What are you doing? What? Oh, no. Okay, I'll let that slide for now. I'm a rant later at the end. Oh, I gotta rant. I really want to rant, but I'll stop. Defeated Naruto, Nick's avatar. Okay, just hold it in, Nums. Just hold it in to the end. Oh, there's like infinity dimensions of wrong right now. But I'm not gonna waste my time right now.
persona user is even fast enough to outrun a bullet fired by a Magnum.
Those usually have a muzzle velocity of over 360 meters per second.
And personas can move even faster. Neotos could react to and catch an arrow in milliseconds.
Wow.
Has defeated her in battle.
But hey, how about that time Mitsuru and her whole team survived an explosion that totally wrecked this whole bridge?
Wow.
In my humble opinion, using my very own handcrafted munitions measurement chart, I'd say this blast falls somewhere in the range of, oh shit, we're dead.
Interesting, but let's use some real science.
Alright, that was kind of
This
funny.
is real science. I tested explosions and their real effects on real people, just like you would. I'm a real scientist now.
But that's... Wait, real people? Boomstick? Where are the interns?
Hey, look, I got you that coat that you wanted.
Ooh, thank you. Oh, it's so soft.
So are the interns. But hey, Wiz, there's one more math thing you gotta do. By working with another Persona user, Yukari, Mitsuru helped freeze up this giant, creepy puppet monster.
Yeah.
While again taking nitrogen into account as it comprises 70% of air's makeup, we can apply its required fusion energy and vaporization energy. To find this feat would need an energy output equal to 60 kilotons of TNT.
Wow.
Though this can't all be attributed to Mitsuru as she did have help.
That's still a hell of a lot of ice. Mitsuru and Artemisia sure make a powerful pair.
And even after 6
Again, as a reminder, 60 kilotons is roughly town level. So, spoilers, she outscales Weiss in terms of AP. But they did mention teamwork, though, so I don't know what to say about that.
successfully ending the Dark Hour and redeeming her family name, Mitsuru continued battling for people everywhere, one shadow at a time.
This appears to be just the beginning.
All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
But first,
No, you
let's
didn't.
pocket chicken.
No, you didn't.
Something better with Blue Apron.
By now, you've probably heard of Blue Apron.
All right,
The leading
so
meal kit delivery service
spoilers. I'm gonna have a huge rant at the end
Ingredients delivered to your doorstep.
because I want to hear their excuse as to what the frick that was.
with an ever-changing
So,
mix of meat, fish, and vegetarian
fair warning, Nums is not happy.
Time to think up meal plans.
But for Weiss, they did fine, I guess. Although, actually, now that's kind of questionable with Crossworld, so I don't know.
been a huge help to both my schedule.
I don't know. And by the way, I'm almost done, so I won't be chewing anymore, so
Very
that will
experienced in the
stop
kitchen.
happening.
This is a great way to learn some new recipes.
Ugh, man.
Part is feeling like a
My-
master chef, making creative and delicious
My
food
heart
on my
hurts.
own.
That's how I feel right
I
now.
really need to try it out.
It's pretty nice
I-
coming home knowing I'll have a delicious
I'm
meal.
praying they do better for the next matchup and the obvious Ruby versus Maka, but we'll see.
Check out this week's menu and get $60 off at blueapron.com.
So yeah, and also no spoilers on my chat.
Blueapron.com/.
Y'all can tell me later when we actually get there, which thankfully after this one's just 2 more and then we can get to the actual presentation, so huzzah. Oh, immediately. Okay.
Such good form. You fight with a sense of ease.
Thank you, but flattery will get you nowhere.
They really thought they were cooking with this one. Oh snap. Oh snap.
Fighting me with ice. Ironic. And a waste of time. Artemisia!
Yeah, I was gonna say literally.
Can't touch me, Ice Queen. Huh, so that's what it's like.
Man, they oh heck no. No, don't tell me that thing actually hit her. Nah way, bro. Alright, that was actually kinda cool. Oh snap, they're using the ultimate trump card. Oh snap.
As annoying as this was, I have to admit, you fought valiantly. But now, you'll fall by my own hand!
I can do this on my own.
Artemisia!
Are you sure about that, Weiss? The entire volume 1 through 9 begs to differ. Oh heck no. Did she actually got no diff by her time dilation, bro?
How strong are you?
Strong enough.
What was the point of doing that again? Damn. Wrong direction, Mitsuru.
Well, Wiz, I'm glad we
All
got
right, I really want to hear what's their excuse now because oh man, I thought I had issues with the first one. Nah, this is on a whole other level of why.
These coats, cause that was cool.
Weiss was
shut up,
incredibly skilled.
Boomstick.
Her versatility certainly proved a challenge for Mitsuru, and she held a
No, it's not. No, it is not. That is no. Full on no. Okay, let's be honest here. Other than maybe her little... Actually, no. Never mind. None of her abilities or equipment she has would at all give Mitsuru trouble. Especially at her peak. Oh. Legit, she could tank her strongest hit without even trying. There's literally nothing in her arsenal that would have given Mitsuru trouble. No shot.
decent advantage in speed thanks to time dilation.
Okay, let me repeat that since I did interrupt them a bit.
Proved a challenge for Mitsuru, and she held a decent advantage in speed thanks to time dilation.
Granted, Weiss and Mitsuru base speed were relatively similar. Stats could help counter dilation, such as increasing her. Okay. Okay, now I got a rant. Okay, so long story short, for those who don't know Shin Megami Tensei series, because I wanted to interrupt them in the beginning, but I saw to let it at the end. They do not know anything about the collective unconscious lore. To make it the most plain, simple description, the collective unconscious is a literal beyond platonic entity, or not even entity, essence of all existence. Anything you could think of, from the universe, the multiverse, to beyond dimensions, the collective unconscious literally surpasses all of that, essentially. So, if in any means you can manipulate this essence, basically, you can literally, make the entire, I don't even want to say multiverse, literally like omniverse, your plaything. Like, literally, it's your plaything. You can literally destroy a multiverse, manipulate a hyperverse. You can make everything just into nothing. And Mitsuru, being one of the cast members, fights what they mentioned, Erebus and Nyx, and they are the literal platonic concepts of death. So it's not just they're just a god that can manipulate Earth. No, they literally can manipulate beyond time, space, antimatter, matter, everything. Anything you could think of is beyond that. That's why Persona has outerversal scaling, because that's how beyond broken it is. And they assume that Weiss is at all comparable to speed or power to Mitsuru. Bro, I'm telling you, if you can even scratch a outerversal being, you are by any means, no doubt, at least relative. Because that is an insane feat no matter what. What did Weiss do? What has Weiss ever done throughout the entirety of Ruby that is at all at that level? Nothing. The only thing you can come close to that level is via the Blaze Blue crossover. But because they didn't include that, well, that's not acceptable apparently. I personally would allow it, but because they didn't, then that's not acceptable. So again, they put a multi-city block or small town buster to an outerversal being because Mitsuru literally scales to the cast members who can damage a god of death, a god of destruction, whatever, that can literally manipulate infinite dimensions, infinite concepts, infinite everything, bro. Which also technically requires you to have infinite, immeasurable, and probably irrelevant speed at that point. And yet they argue that they are comparable to speed. No. Not even.
Though to be fair, Mitsuru's analytical clairvoyance meant it would have been pretty difficult for Weiss to get the jump on her. Plus, Naota's persona had to move around Maka's...
Naota? Naota? That's how they pronounce it? Naota? What the frick?
7 to catch that arrow in such a short...
Oh my gosh. They really are going to use the most irrelevant feat ever. Catching a fast arrow. How about a being that literally surpasses time and space, that can move outside of time and space and still get blitzed by these characters? How is that not more impressive than, oh, he can grab an arrow being shot at him? It's like, bruh.
Amount of time, so Artemisia must be capable of similar speeds.
Yeah, but slowing down time seems like an instant win move, doesn't it?
No.
In some ways, yes, but we
Similar showcase high Mach speed, such as dawning natural lighting. Wait, what? Oh, so now Weiss has lightning tier speed, and yet they never reference that at all. I mean, to be fair, they say it at face value, but what the frick? Also, they now decide to compare Weiss to the other Ruby characters, but they don't do the same to her AP? Huh? Also, you can also flip that to Mitsuru. Why don't you scale the speed of Mitsuru to the rest of the cast even more so? Or, you know, the frickin' platonic gods? What? Huh?
look for who can win the most matches overall, not just a couple times out of 1,000 possibilities thanks to one good move.
Yeah, even though Weiss had plenty of attack options, Mitsuru's defenses were just too strong. Like how she completely canceled Weiss's ice attacks.
This presented a unique problem for Weiss, who has always been fair.
While Mitsuru takes extra damage from fire-based attacks, and then so deadly not to count for that stat gap. That nullifying their weakness. First of all, I've already rants enough about the fact that, hey, Mitsuru can tank outer versatile attacks and live to tell the day. Ain't no way is Weiss with any of her wanked scaling is gonna at all make her feel actually damaged, even if she has some weird Pokemon 2x weakness. That ain't happening, bruh.
Reliant on ice techniques. She was forced to use dust, which she has less experience with.
Plus, Weiss and her summons have never dealt damage anywhere close to that oh shit we're dead explosion that Mitsuru survived.
Or, you know, come close to a platonic god of death that can literally distort all of reality in the Shin Megami Tensei franchise, bro. And keep in mind, I'm only thinking about Persona 3 story. Bro, there are other gods in Persona 4 and 5 and other crossovers and spin-offs within Shin Megami Tensei that literally dwarfs Nyx. Literally, it's not even close. I know Nyx is powerful because he is, but there are other gods that Mitsuru or other characters would scale to Mitsuru facing off. This shouldn't be a topic. I don't understand why I need to emphasize this topic, but I have to, because they apparently only scaled Mitsuru to like town level, which is even more ridiculous. Because even if we just say, okay, numbers, maybe you're just overhyping the lore. Nyx nearly manipulated the entire universe. Meanwhile, Weiss doesn't even scale to Salem, and Salem literally got no diffed by the two gods that created the Rubyverse, or rather Ruby planets. And their best feat is creating the Earth, I guess, destroying the moon, and the sun god creating a sun. Wow. A starbuster god versus Mitsuru scaling to universal downplayed scaling. It be TLDR. This freaking matchup sucks, bro.
Taking the diameter of the blast here and comparing it to real life nukes, then considering how far Mitsuru was from the center of it, she took a hit worth over 21 tons of TNT.
Well, Ryoji didn't intend to kill Mitsuru and her friends with this blast. Doesn't mean it wasn't dangerous. It was likely aware of the lens to scale his attack accordingly. And also... okay, here's another problem I just now thought of. The feats they're mentioning is not even her peak. Mitsuru has other stories after Persona 3, like, I mean, there's the Persona 4 scaling or crossover. There's also the PQ and PQ2 games. And those are technically amping Mitsuru up in terms of experience and abilities. But out of all the feats, they still use her mid journey stats. So that's even more ludicrous than the fact that they were allowed to get away with this, bro. This is absolutely terrible in general. Why I don't get why they do that. Like, they made Weiss scaled inferior to Volume 2 Yang, and then they only use stats to Mitsuru around the middle of the Persona 3 story. Not even at her peak, which is way past the timeline of Persona 3.
Definitely higher than Weiss's 7-ton train feat.
Frankly, Mitsuru's survivability and power output outclassed Weiss. Even if
Yeah, by infinity dimensions times
we cut
over.
her major ice feat in half since she was aided by Yukari, Mitsuru still output 130 times more energy than Weiss when she attacked that mech.
But numbers aren't everything, right?
Sure, there's always a new
No, numbers are definitely not everything, but Mitsuru being outer versatile, which is beyond even the platonic concept of numbers, except yours truly, literally putting a finite number onto her stats is just proof enough of why they downplayed the heck out of my girl Mitsuru, bro. You can give Weiss infinite AP, infinite universe, and Mitsuru would still no differ. That's how bad it is. It's absolute. Oh my god.
look at things. For instance, Weiss's arsenal was limited by her aura and dust supply, while Mitsuru had no such constraint on her own power.
Winston has no true counter on Mitsuru's status effects. Yeah.
It takes a long time to restore aura, and remember, when a person...
I mean, to be fair, if I'm gonna be honest, I don't think she even need to use any of her spells. She can literally just come over, just punch her in the face, and boom, she just died. Now, to be fair, if this was very early into her career, no, she probably wouldn't scale that high up. But especially when it's supposed to be their peaks into their career, nah, this is just
Crona gets
not
broken,
even
he can
close.
just come back a few seconds later.
Which was extremely useful, as Artemisia could heal Mitsuru at any time, undoing whatever progress Weiss had made.
Oh man, what an ice-cold move.
While Weiss's speed and versatility put up a good fight, Mitsuru's greater defense, raw power, and more reliable arsenal proved
I just
too much
realized her
for the
jackets.
She had no chance.
The winner is Mitsuru Kirijo.
Yay! My girl won for the worst reasons ever. Oh, yeah, that was even worse than the first matchup, man! Oh, man. Yeah, as you said. And Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, Mitsuru fights Yu Narukami, which is the Persona 4 protagonist, post-Persona 4 storyline. And can fight Elizabeth. She can damage the CU, who has better than any. Yeah. Oh. Bro, that was even worse than the Yang versus Tifa. Y'all thought they did bad. They did dirty on Tifa. Nah, they did my girl Mitsuru worse. And we're still not done, man. I don't even want to continue, but I have to. I still got 2 more matchups and then the actual presentation. Man, I already feel like I'm so disappointed right now. I thought I was actually gonna be kind of it's okay, I'll let it pass, But man, that was bad. I will say the fight was actually pretty nice. I will say the church, place was nice, and the fight was actually pretty cool. But I will say the models was way better. Like their animations, their expressions was actually pretty cool. But oh my gosh, that research, bro. I don't even know. It's not even just Mitsuru, but what happened to Weiss's scaling? Why did... Bro, I'm telling you, they had Yang at 1500 TNT AP, basically. But Weiss apparently doesn't scale to that, so she got nerfed in AP and nerfed in speed. They had like a little note box of maybe lightning speed, but they didn't really emphasize that part. So I don't really get if they didn't even emphasize if she has a speed advantage. Not that it would matter realistically, but you get what I'm saying, right? Man. Ugh. And also, what's up, Omega? Yes, I know the episode came out of Ruby versus Maka. I'm watching every single one in order to see how much they've improved in terms of production and research and knowledge and stuff. But, man, because let's be real here. The reason why they're doing Ruby is because Screwattack is related to Rooster Teeth, and Rooster Teeth is under the same company at the time. Not anymore, obviously, but they were essentially relatives in terms of companies. They are friends with the creators. So obviously, they're kind of doing them a service by, you know, promoting their own stuff by having him be in their show, right? Which, hey, respect. But at the same time, though, it's like, that's the reason why I don't like the fact that they're trying to be like, ooh, look at Ruby, guys. You gotta support Ruby. Go Team Ruby, you gotta buy the products. It's like, well, if you're gonna do that, then at least be fair to the scaling. Like, why did Weiss had to be against Mitsuru? Why couldn't you choose another character that's, you know, more comparable? Like, an out-reversal character versus a not even planet level buster is gonna be the matchup you want. Nah, come on. Oh, man. Alright. Oh, man. I'm gonna give that... You know what? Nah, I'm giving that a 4 out of 10. I think the Yang versus Tifa was a 5. Mitsuru versus Weiss was definitely like a 4. Oh... That hurt me, man. This is what I'm telling you. They only relied on feats. They say they're gonna use everything that the characters have to offer, but then the only thing they actually use is just feats versus feats. It's like, great, you're gonna ignore narrative scaling, you're gonna ignore lore scaling, you're gonna just not even gonna scale chain with the characters. It's just feats versus feats. Oh, this is what they did on screen, and it's the most unimpressive, forgettable thing they've ever done, instead of what are the actual capabilities were at their peak. It's like, this is so dumb, bro. Alright, anyways, I've ranted long enough. On to the next one. I will say, though, I have absolute no idea what this one's gonna be about, because when Blake versus... Oh, Mikasa. There you go. Now I remember her name. When this came out, I skipped it completely. I literally have no idea who's gonna win. I have no idea what they said, so I'm going in completely blind on this one, for real this time. So with the other two, I had actual beef and history with them. This one, I genuinely don't know what they gotta say. I will also say, obviously, again, I'm not a Attack on Titan scaler, but I do have quite a decent idea as to what has been shown. I did see pretty decent portion of Attack on Titan. And then obviously there's Ruby, so I have an idea as to what's going to be said. Yeah, obviously the first matchup, Yang versus Tifa. Tifa realistically should have won, especially at the time period. Maybe nowadays, if you allow composite Yang, she'll probably win. But you could probably say the same to Tifa, so Mitsuru versus Weiss, unless, again, if you allow crossover, maybe it's a bit more fair, but I'm going to still give it to Mitsuru. This one, I want to say Blake could win, but I have a feeling you can definitely upscale Mikasa pretty high up there. Even if it's a bit absurd, I feel like she could technically win if scaled accurately to the utmost extreme. Although, actually, if I recall, didn't Eren appear in Jump Force? If you allow that, then, I mean, I guess maybe Mikasa wins because of Jump Force lore. I'm not sure if that's allowed or something, but we'll see. let's see. All right. I got it up and running. Yeah, I've never seen this before, so I'm actually curious what the fight is gonna generally be like, because I don't know. I've never seen it before. 10 years of death battle. A lot of mid to poor quality videos. Oh yeah, when did this come out? 4 years ago. 2021. Okay. So we're pretty close to the up-to-date standards, which, but we'll see. Hopefully, maybe these other years of Ruby content and stuff can buff up Blake's scaling. I did kind of doubt it, but we'll see. And then Mikasa, well, we'll see.
Blake Belladonna, the feline huntress from Ruby.
And Mikasa Ackerman, the giant killing scout from Attack on Titan.
These two reluctant heroes are fighting for a better world.
What'll happen when they go toe-to-toe to see who's the swingiest?
I will say this one is definitely a better matchup in retrospect. So I don't think from a matchup standpoint, I don't have much issues with.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
I wonder if JFK was thinking about anime cat girls when he said that.
Yeah, probably.
The world of Remnant being home to a plethora of magical beings, the Faunus were subject to discrimination from humanity.
That's so dumb. How can humans be racist against Faunus? Aside from looking slightly different, they're basically exactly the same. Oh, I get it.
For most of
get it? Politics.
Blake Belladonna worked with the Faunus activist organization, the White Fang. But when her parents expressed concern at its growing violent tactics, she ran away to join them fully.
Yeah, Ginger Kylo Ren's influence was making it all cat-girl supremacist-y.
Believing the Faunus deserved to rule the world instead of humans, Adam Taurus turned the White Fang into a terrorist organization, with the young, impressionable Blake in tow. Now Blake got to put her superhuman Faunus abilities to the test as a guerrilla fighter.
She's not a gorilla whiz. She's clearly a cat. You dingus.
That's not what
As a clearly cat Faunus, Blake's got superhuman strength, speed, and endurance. She can see in the dark and even pick up on sounds regular humans can't hear.
Blake has also unlocked her aura, the manifestation of one's soul. Similar to the Eastern concept of chi, Blake can use her aura to passively withstand intense damage. Though if it's overtaxed, she will be as defenseless as any ordinary human.
Okay, thankfully they didn't have the no limits fallacy, so I'll give them credit to that. They learned a lesson from that one statement.
Her aura survived this huge flying monster called...
Sorry, I thought, what? I thought it was in high quality. What the heck? My bad.
The Nevermore crashing into her. Twice!
Measuring the size of the Nevermore compared to the stone structure it shattered, we can gauge it had to have fragmented over 2,000 cubic meters of rock.
Dang.
That means Blake's aura ate
Nevermore poses nearly as much threat to Beacon Huntsman and Huntress as they did in Volume 1. Currently, Blake should be much stronger than them. Yes, that is true. Obviously, it's a lot of teamwork based, so she definitely didn't scale to them at the time, but obviously she got stronger. Although she still struggles with the more powerful Grims, but This is Volume 1, obviously.
over 4 tons of TNT without even breaking.
I guess you could say she sold it.
What?
Don't try that again.
That was terrible.
You with a sword as sharp as Gamble Shroud. It's everything you could ever want in a sick anime combo weapon. Part katana, part Kasurigama, and it wouldn't be Ruby if it wasn't part gun. Hell, its sheath is a sword too. That's just showing off.
Yep.
And I like it.
The 96-meter-long elastic ribbon attached to the katana's hilt lets Blake use Gamble Shroud as a grappling hook for maneuverability and creative attacks. An invaluable asset for the White Fang and her new boyfriend.
Well, until he threatened to blow up a bunch of innocent people. Now, instead of a bad boy, he's just a boy that is bad.
Horrified, Blake turned her back on Adam and the White Fang, and for the second time in her life, she ran away.
It's like running away is her superpower.
In a sense, it is. Blake's aura allows her to manifest a unique ability, or semblance, called Shadow. Born from her desire to escape, Blake can create a brief, intangible clone for deception, evasion, or even to propel herself through the air.
She can even combine them with different kinds of dust, which is basically magic gunpowder. Fire dust clones will explode on impact, while ice will freeze you solid. Though, once she runs out of aura, that's it for her semblance too.
Yep.
Wiz? buddy.
Bro, Ruby Chibi, bro. That reference, though.
And it wasn't even on purpose.
And don't worry, just some biological cloning. It's a hobby. Don't ask if I'm the original. I genuinely don't know anymore. Alone again, Blake lacked purpose and a place to call home. Until she reached Beacon Academy. There, she learned to be a huntress, a soldier of peace sworn to protect the land from monsters and any that would do it harm.
And she wouldn't do it alone. Blake would join up with fellow huntresses in training, Weiss, Yang Xiaolong, and Ruby Rose to make Team Ruby with a W.
She didn't just find teammates, but friends as well.
Feeling.
Alright, finally, now we got to the actual feats. Lead Mandarin defeating White Fang, yeah, it's the slice through steel, I mean, whatever. And Moon Slice, dodge, lightning breath, ooh, lightning speed. Laser beam, fog ram for hours on end. Hold on, I mean, they did scale Yang to like having a day of stamina, so could they not have just also technically give her a day of stamina or something? I don't know.
Gross. Don't worry, the power of friendship didn't get in the way of her kicking some ass. In fact, it made her even better at it. She's defeated the gangster Roman Torchwick, the kaiju-sized Sea Fei Long, and the assassins Mercury and Emerald, and they could dodge natural lightning.
Comparing the distance.
Oh, fine. Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh! They did it, boys! They're learning! Oh my gosh! Oh, I'm so proud of them. Yes, so as they just said, yes, Ruby can definitely have lightning tier scaling just based on, the characters dodging literal lightning, so it's definitely acceptable. It doesn't really amp them up by an absurd amount, but it can definitely, get them high up there for sure.
They traveled relative to the lightning bolt, we can determine they were moving over 26,000 meters per second, nearly 80 times the speed of sound.
She even managed to stand up to Adam, and all his mom just doesn't understand.
And to be fair, it could go a little bit higher, but it still would be within the same tier range, essentially.
Energy.
And although, to be fair, this is not their absolute high bolt speed scaling, but it is an acceptable, mid-range, so I actually will allow that. So, wow. Well done, Death Battle. Y'all actually did it. Y'all actually impressed me for once.
The help of a new, way less toxic partner. So long, you abusive a-hole.
No easy feat considering Adam was strong enough to pulverize this massive spider droid with his moon slice. A feat worth over 4 tons of TNT.
That's
Not
it?
too bad for
Again?
a
Why do they always do that? So, why are they dropping the TNTs, bro? We went from Yang being 50 TNT to Weiss being 7 TNT to finally Blake scaling to this guy scaling to 4 TNT. Why are they downplaying? I feel like they're nerfing their AP, bro. I don't get it. What's happening?
And Gamble Shroud could take hits like that over and over before breaking.
Despite her troubled past, Blake would never stop fighting for a better, more peaceful, more equitable world. She was done running. With her friends at her side, she would face the future head on.
Oh, and they again reference Cross. Oh, man, why can't I just use it, man? Just have the guts and use it, man. Just freaking scale to out reversal.
Welcome to Scenic Shiganshina. Enjoy the
This rundown might contain major oh, who cares? Nobody cares.
architecture.
Yeah, if y'all get mad at me, spoilers, alright? There's your warning. Hush.
Party populace. And oh yeah. Ooh, yep, that can't be good.
Cowering behind enormous walls, the last remnants of humanity were driven to near extinction by the arrival of the monstrous Titans.
Despite that, little Mikasa Ackerman lived a happy, normal life. Until her parents were brutally murdered in front of her. But never fear, she Una reversed the shit out of those assholes with the help of Eren Yeager.
Oh, yeah.
Pint-sized psychopath in training.
Yep.
Adopted by Eren's parents, Mikasa and Eren somehow lived a happy, normal life.
Define normal.
Until all their friends and family were brutally murdered by Titans.
Yeah.
I'm sensing a pattern here.
With barely anyone in her life lasting longer than a 25-minute episode, Mikasa became Eren's guardian angel.
Certainly a valuable asset to Eren, who devoted his life to exterminating the Titan threats.
Together, they joined the military and got their hands on some sweet Titan slaying gear, the vertical maneuvering equipment, or VMI.
Also known as omnidirectional movement, or ODM gear in the anime, it allows Mikasa to fight the towering titans at their own level.
Yep.
ODM gear comes with two 20 to 30 foot long
That
iron
position,
wire
though.
spears she can separately aim and shoot. That'll hook into any surface. They'll allow her to swing around like a steampunk Spider-Man.
She can zoom through the air and change directions on a dime with a special fan on her back that fires pressurized gas.
Farting. That's called farting, Wiz.
Yeah, okay. Alright. Alright. Yep. Let it out. Yep. You got it. You got it.
I'll get another clone.
Bro, that was dark as heck. What the
Mikasa's
frick?
ODM gear can propel her at speeds up to 366 kilometers per hour.
A third of what? I mean, well, okay. In terms of her movement speed, I get it, but her reaction speed is way higher than that,
It's
bro.
almost a third the speed of sound.
Assuming she can reach top speeds in a second, that's over 10 G's of force, 10 times Earth's gravity.
For reference,
I mean, that's not-
astronauts withstand about
that's
3
kinda
G's
not-
of force during liftoff, and fighter pilots can withstand up to 9 G's for a second or two during aerial combat. Even just 6 G's for a sustained period of time can be fatal for a human being, but Mikasa can survive almost twice that much and fight giant monsters at the same time.
That insane speed makes her
Yeah, 'cause there's
especially
nothing.
deadly when she whips out her special Titan slashing swords made of ultra hard steel. And that's exactly
Oh, she can use thunder spears in this one? Ooh, that could definitely upscale her pretty heavily.
the term I'd use to describe myself after watching what they can do to a Titan.
Despite their name, they're rather fragile, at least relative to the super tough Titan skin they have to repeatedly cut. So Mikasa carries a set of 12 that she can easily dispose of and replace mid-combat.
Yeah, that kind of became a problem when some super intelligent Titans started sporting crazy tough armor. That's when Mikasa breaks out the big guns, the Thunder Spears.
Yep.
Essentially proto-bazookas, the Thunder Spears are thrown like javelins. They're sharp enough to pierce even the armored Titan's impenetrable hide, and once their fuse is severed, they'll explode, devastating anything within range.
Shattering the armored Titan's armor is no joke. It was tough enough to tank punching a hole through Walmaria.
By measuring the size of the gate in comparison
Oh,
to...
boy.
let's go with this guy. We can determine the armored Titan violently fragmented over 1,000 cubic meters of rock.
That'd take over 18 tons of TNT. Enough
That's it. On top of destroying the armor times hid Ohio is still numbers anyone so getting crushed by Colossal Titan. Yeah, I think this is honestly a low ball feat, honestly, for Attack on Titan standards.
And the Thunder Spear Shrekfed. No surprises here. If you're too close to one of its
Oh,
blades,
straight in the eye. Ugh.
Despite the awesome power at her fingertips, Mikasa only really joined the military to watch over and protect Eren.
like a loving mother hen of death. And that became way harder once Eren learned he could also turn into one of those super intelligent Titans.
Now humanity's greatest weapon against the Titan menace, Eren was at the center of all major anti-Titan operations. Which
Oh, yeah.
Mikasa was there too, ruthlessly dispatching anyone that might harm him.
Get over yourself, Eren. So what if your childhood home was destroyed by a Titan? You're living rent-free in this girl's head. And it could be worse. You could be Armin. Man,
Yeah.
she's programmed to protect him.
You're not off base. Mikasa's last name isn't inconsequential. Ages ago, the Ackermans were bioengineered to be subservient super soldier royal guards to the mighty Eldian Emperor.
Well, wherever all that shit came from.
Yeah,
could
you know,
be
spoilers,
her
but
blood
whatever.
Coursing through her veins. The same blood that gives her a fraction of a Titan's power without transforming. Holy crap!
It's that power that allowed Captain Levi, another Ackerman, to dodge point-blank bullets. That's over Mach 2, and Mikasa can easily keep up with him.
It also lets her
Wait, so they
subconsciously
are
combine-
so they are scaling Mikasa to an extent to that's why I'm a bit confused. It's like, well, you could technically, if you really hype her up, scale her to Levi, but then it's like, at what point is it acceptable, you know? So I don't
experience and battle instincts of Ackerman's past. She's like the avatar of Titan murder.
Unfortunately, this blood bond with Eren means that even when he goes too far, she's obligated to protect him, kind of like a robot.
Yeah.
I don't buy it, Wiz. She doesn't love him because of her DNA. She loves him because he's the only one who stood up for her when she couldn't stand up for herself. When she looks at him and the rest of her friends,
Okay, this is starting to get a little personal.
Wow, Boomstick, that was touching.
And she has fart powers.
Well, nice while it lasted.
Yeah.
I'm not listening to another word of this. No point.
Yeah, so again, as a reminder, y'all, so they only upscaled her to like Mach 2. And her what was AP was like 18 tons, which is like at best city block. So that's kind of although at the same time, hold on, I forgot, they only put Blake to like 4 tons this time. So she got nerfed. Meanwhile, Mikasa has like over 4 times the AP difference. So it's like Blake has the clear speed advantage, at least from what they said, and Mikasa has the AP advantage. So yeah, I don't know about this one. It's alright. It's okay, I guess. What's up, hunters? I'm doing great. I'm trying to get through these matchups as soon as I can, so. Alright, let's just move on. I mean, at the moment, I think they're fine. They definitely, well, okay. They still are messing up their AP for Ruby cast, but they upscaled, improved, and updated the speed part, finally. Mikasa, they could have done a little bit better, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna reveal some other thing they didn't bring up before the fight, so.
But first, if you've got a love life as intense as Blake and Mikasa's, you might want to check out Blue Chew.
Okay, then yeah. Yeah, I think they still could have upscaled Mikasa pretty higher in terms of speed, that's for sure, and AP definitely. Blake, she was alright. I still don't get what's their deal with Ruby. They're apparently dropping their AP further and further as I go along, so I'm just gonna assume that they can. I don't know. Realistically, I think Mikasa could win consistently, but I wouldn't be surprised if Blake does win because of her abilities or something. Oh snap!
You could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform. Visit BlueChew.com for more.
Thank you, hunters, for subscribing.
And
I greatly appreciate that.
Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code BATTLE at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping.
That's BlueChew.com, promo code BATTLE to get your first month free. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this show. But right now, it's time for a
Alright, finally. Ads are over. Time to the actual fight. I've never seen this, so I'm actually curious what's gonna happen.
Hey! Civilians were supposed to evacuate this area hours ago! Get the hell out of here!
Ugh. Why is the animation so... Why is it stuttering?
I said get the hell!
Also, is that really their excuse as to why they're fighting? Hey, get out of here for your safety. Like, nah, I want to read my book.
Are those 2 sets of ears? She must have 4 times the hearing.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, dang! Yo, her Shadow Clone Jutsu is actually working. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Oh, dang! Yo, that was actually clean, I ain't gonna lie. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Dang!
She likes popping those clones and attacking me from behind.
Bro, she's just wasting those, like, so willy-nilly. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Yo, Sonic the Hedgehog in here. Bro, why is she using up all her blades so fast, bro? She hasn't even done much with them. Bro, that was funny as hell. What? Bro, that animation was so choppy with her punches. Oh, dang. Out-tricked her. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Yo, she got bazookas now. Oh! Why does she look concerned? She could easily dodge that, bro.
Gotcha this time.
Oh! Bro, they pull a yay on her. Oh, snap. Dang! Bro! Yo! Yo! Dang, that was hella dark. Oh my gosh. Yo, that death was actually pretty hardcore.
Can't hear omniscient narration from beyond the fourth wall.
Despite Mikasa's overwhelming and frankly terrifying tenacity, Blake's varied arsenal and powers gave her a clear edge.
Oh yeah.
ODM gear allowed Mikasa to keep up with Gamble Shroud's agility, but in terms of offense, Mikasa was kind of a one-trick pony. And that's especially compared to the Swiss anime knife that is Gamble Shroud, which could stretch 10 to 16 times longer than either of Mikasa's cable.
Blake's variety of shadows she could spam at will kept Mikasa guessing, and her aura allowed her to survive any attacks that could land.
To be fair, the Thunder Spears were a different story.
Hold on. Because the Thunder Spears take advantage of Reiner's weakness, the piercing weapons, its energy is not necessarily comparable to explosion. He survived against the Founding Titan. Every surprise this that Blake would scale to. Okay. Wow! Hold on! Yo! They actually did it! Oh my gosh! They scaled Blake to Penny and Weiss! Oh! Yo! Yo! Deathman, I'm so proud of you, bro. Oh, snap. Oh my gosh, they actually did it. They scaled a character to another character. Yo! Alright, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but like, for real though, this is rare from Death Battle. They rarely do this type of thing, bro. I will say that the explosion against the yeah. To be fair, if you hype up Mikasa scaling by comparing her to Levi, which to be fair, Levi is like essentially his own tier on its own as a human, fighting against the Titans, but considering that he also has access to the same equipment and can do just as much damage to other Titans, and Mikasa should somewhat scale comparable in terms of AP or skills and also defense or durability. Technically, she could go a little bit higher, but yeah, that's really about it that you can say for her.
Shatter Blake's aura. The aura could survive around 4 tons of TNT, while the...
Wait, hold on. What? Alright, now they're messing up. Hold on. I want to hear them finish, and then...
To be fair, the Thunder Spears were a different story, and were powerful enough to shatter Blake's aura. The aura could survive around 4 tons of TNT, while the Spear's explosion could dish out over 18.
But Blake's far greater speed made her nearly impossible to consistently hit. While Mikasa could keep up with characters that can dodge bullets, Blake could keep up with characters that can dodge lightning. In this case, nearly 40 times faster than Mikasa.
And those Thunder Spears are meant for big, slow Titans, not human opponents.
Yeah, but they can still hold quite a punch, so I don't know what they're going with that. Average Grim show more feats of strength than average pure Titans. Means that Blake has more experience fighting stronger monsters than Mikasa. I mean, yeah, Okay, I'll let them finish and then I'll do my response, but yeah.
Though it's unlikely she'd ever get a solid hit in with one.
In that same sense, Mikasa's Ackerman heritage couldn't save her either.
It may give her generations worth of combat experience Avatar style, but almost all of it was against Titans, not a faunus huntress like Blake, who has powers the Ackerman family has never seen before.
Coupled with her Odium Gears
Adam only brought a semblance and a bit more power than Mikasa. It was not fast enough to this. Oh, okay.
limited fuel supply and breakable swords, Mikasa just couldn't end the fight before her own options ran out. Mikasa had guts, but Blake's speed, versatility, and sick anime combo weapon gave her the edge.
It may have been a gamble, but Blake had the spirit to win without a shadow of a doubt.
The winner is Blake Belladonna.
Alright. So, I will say, like I said, I already said before that this match was a bit more even. Not exactly, but I do recall there is a guidebook where they say, more like a figure of speech or whatever, but they imply that one of the Titans, one of the 9 Titans have like punches that can move like lightning. So maybe if you hype up that statement to be literal, Mikasa can have lightning speed, so therefore their speed would actually be relative. But then it goes back to, okay, who has the better AP? In their video, they clearly have Mikasa apparently higher, but the weird thing is, again, like 5 years ago, they had Yang at like 1500 TNT. And yet, for some reason, Blake doesn't scale to her, even though they literally had the box text compared to 2 other characters. So, I do think, me personally, if I really like wanked both of them, I think Blake would win. But I don't want to say that this fight would be, like, one-sided. No, it would definitely be a, like, mid to high tier difficulty fight if you hype up both of them to the extreme. I think Blake would have a harder time in terms of speed, but she would probably have the edge in terms of AP. Whereas Mikasa, I mean, she's not, like, you know, fantasy, overpowered, hacks ability, you know, character, so understandable. Although I do say I do have a problem with Death Battle thinking that, oh, well, Mikasa only has experience fighting Titans and her weapons are not good for humans. It's like, bruh, I think any person who has experience fighting giant superhuman beings that can destroy like a bunch of cities is probably just enough of an experience to be applicable to fighting regular human beings. Like, let's be honest here, alright? Like, let's just be honest here. Which is more better? Fighting with your bare hands or having the skills and equipment that can literally slice, like, nuke beings without much issues? Like, yeah, nah. I don't think the experience is going to be a factor in this matchup, but I get what they were trying to get at, but, I mean, Blake doesn't have experience fighting super giant kaiju humans, but that doesn't matter. Her stats are going to be more than enough to, you know, help her survive the world of Attack on Titan. If that is, for whatever reason, considered a topic worth trying to justify for this matchup, but yeah, whatever. But yeah, again, I've never watched this fight to begin with, so I actually found this more entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. That death with Mikasa, oh my gosh. That death was hardcore, bruh. What, bruh. Actual hardcore. Bro, Blake was so... Blake was no holding back. And just because she was one of the minor business of reading books, bro. Come on now. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Yo, this honestly, maybe this is me. I don't know what y'all had to say about Ruby scaling for Blake or for Mikasa, but I think this is unironically the best matchup for Ruby's side. Attack on Titan, I mean, I think this is their only Attack on Titan matchup, so it was actually pretty good. I actually am going to give it at least a 7, if not like a 7.5 out of 10 or something. I ain't gonna front. It was actually really, really good. Oh, I accidentally skipped the other one. Oh, that's fine. I didn't do it in chronological order as I intended it, so, but whatever. Yeah, I actually thought that was pretty good. Season 8 was kind of weird. Yeah, I think Blade versus Buffy is live action. What do you think? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah, I will say they definitely improved Blake's speed scaling, but they still got a long way with the AP. The other matchups, though, yeah, they're still pretty bad. The animation was kind of... It felt weird. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but the frame rate felt a bit off. I'm not sure if that was supposed to be like a style choice. If it's supposed to be a bit more like choppy. If it was, then it felt a bit wonky. It felt weird. But if it was meant to actually, you know... If it was, you know, unintentional, then it is what it is, but... Although, Do I, well... I'm trying to think, do I actually prefer it more than the Mitsuru versus Weiss fight? I don't know. I kind of think... I'm kind of liking it. I think I prefer the Mitsuru fight over this one. Yeah, I will say the Mikasa model looked a little bit... I mean, I get, you know, transitioning from anime style to 3D is not gonna always work, but she still felt a little bit off. Blake, she looks fine. She was okay. I will say I do like that they took full advantage of the 3D environment, so that was good. Also, I will say the shot with Blake about to face a Titan, that was actually... Low-key, that was actually pretty fire. I actually wouldn't mind seeing that as like a hypothetical. Like, oh, what if Blake went into the world of Tiger Titan and had to survive the Titans? That actually would have been cool. That would be a cool what-if scenario, I ain't gonna lie. Just from that one shot, that's pretty good. Yeah, overall though, I do think, as of now, that is the best Ruby fight that they made. Finally, I know. It took them 4 years at the time that was released, but they finally did it. But man, oh man, we're at the semi-finale, guys. We're now gonna do Venom versus Crona. I always want to say Crona for like Xenoverse. The reason why I want to react to this because A, this is the only Soul Eater matchup they had prior to Maka. And B, I don't recall if I watched it, but if I did, I probably was not even paying attention. And even then, in hindsight, this is probably a terrible matchup. Again, Marvel scaling is no joke. Pretty much every Marvel character is just like Persona scaling. They're all outerversal. It's not fair. But that's the truth. Marvel has way too much history regarding its lore for the characters and its cosmology that hypes every character to the extreme. So even if people say, oh, Spider-Man is just a building tier Street Fighter, shut up! Y'all are stupid. Go back to school. Go back to school, Billy. This fight is honestly going to be so one-sided, but I think if I recall, I think they unironically make Venom lose. I don't know how in the world they made Venom lose. Maybe I'm forgetting, of course. But if they did make him lose, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. This is going to be another terrible video. Let me say, also, I haven't said anything about Soul Eater scaling because, you know, it wasn't relevant, but now I did do a little bit of research, and my gosh, is Soul Eater getting the absurd upscale in a minute, bro. Because the TLDR is that at first we believe Soul Eater, because if you don't, none of y'all know, the creator of Soul Eater is also the creator of Fire Force. And so we just didn't think much of it. But, spoilers, Fire Force turned out to be a prequel that led up to the creation of Soul Eater in terms of inverse. So rather than the creator being like, yeah, these are just two separate stories that I just wanted to make, no, he was like, nah. This story created the world of Soul Eater. And unlike other franchises like, say, Star Wars or Pokemon or Dragon Ball, where you can say, oh, these are just cameos, these are just Easter eggs, they are connected via author works, but nothing else in terms of story. Nah. The creator was like, whatever the lore is in Fire Force is 100% applicable to Soul Eater. So, basically, the top dogs of Fire Force is going to be relevant for the top dogs of Soul Eater. So, whatever we initially thought Soul Eater was at when it was finished, before Fire Force came out, it's now irrelevant. It's now outdated. If we thought Soul Eater was peaking at, like, I don't know, continent level, that's irrelevant already, because Fire Force upscaled it to absurd levels. I'll get to it later when they talk about it, but basically, the TLDR for Fire Force scaling is, imagine the final boss is like a watered down version of a Persona villain, a Persona god villain. Just like how in Persona, the gods are like platonic concepts created by humanity, or rather from the collective of consciousness, you know, outerversal scaling. Fire Force does the same concept, but probably a bit nerfed. Now, maybe if you really interpret it to the extreme, you could have it go up there, but consistently, and based on how it's worded and framed on the actual cosmology of Fire Force, that doesn't seem to be the case. But, to be fair, I'm trying to be fair for, you know, Ruby and stuff. If you hype up Soul Eater to outer tier, you gotta do the same for Ruby. So, there you go. But, nonetheless, the point is that Soul Eater has absurd scaling if you really understand the lore. But unfortunately, this is Death Battle we're talking about, and they're terrible at lore. They mostly rely on feats versus feats. They don't really do lore versus lore, and even what they do, like say what I did with the live stream of Hulk versus Godzilla, they're not really good at understanding or extrapolating the full context of the lore and apply it to their stats. So, even if, I'm gonna just be fair for this matchup, Venom versus Crona, even if you absolutely, abysmally, absurdly upscale the lore of Soul Eater to outer, Venom just has more lore from Marvel to be even higher levels of outerversal. So no matter what, realistically, Venom should win. Just flat out, alright? That's why I don't want to say this isn't a fair fight, because technically it could be if done right. And to be fair, I think around this time period, I don't remember if Fire Force just came out. And even if it did, I don't think that revolution happened yet. Actually, I can check right now. I can check when that it started and when it come out. Hold on. When did the fight itself came out in 2020. Okay. And it finished serialization 2022. Okay, yeah. So, given the context of the time period when this video came out, the matchup, unfortunately, Soul Eater does not have the universal or whatever scaling you want to give it to the extreme. So, yeah, this is unfortunately going to be another one-sided matchup that they decided to do, which sucks. But now we can say, okay, at least Crona is definitely stronger than we would expect it to, no. But even then, with the context of Venom, it doesn't matter. Alright, I've rambled long enough. Let's get into the final fight, and then the final presentation of Ruby versus Maka, which, oh boy! Hopefully we can get 2 for 2, and then 2 for 3 in favor of Death Battle, but we'll see. Oh, actually, let me pop it up. Before I forget. There you go. And is it max quality? Yes, it is. All right, let's get this over with.
This episode of Death Battle is sponsored by AT&T 5G.
We wanted to give a big shout out to AT&T for helping us throw a huge RTX this year. Without them, the show wouldn't have been possible.
AT&T's 5G network is now available nationwide. Whether you're at home or on the go, you'll enjoy coverage in more places.
Plus, AT&T doesn't make it complicated. 5G access is included in all
Remember
best
when
consumer
5G
limited
was
plans no
new at the
extra
time,
charge.
guys?
For more information
I
on
sure don't.
AT&T 5G, visit att.com/5G.
Yeah, this is gonna be very, very interesting.
It's always nice to have a best friend attached to your hip, like me and my shotgun leg.
But these two take their friends even further than that.
Venom, the lethal symbiote and Spider-Man's best frenemy.
Outerversal, by the way.
And Crona, the deadly demon sword from Soul Eater.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
Oh boy, let's see what they gotta say. I actually don't remember nothing about both of these characters in terms of death battle standards, so let's see what they gotta say this time.
Of time, in the faraway reaches of space, the Clintar rose from a living darkness. One of these amorphous symbiotes was Venom.
Who was a freaking loser? Hey, don't look at me, all the goop aliens were saying it. So they kicked the poor slime ball straight off the planet.
In its exile, the symbiote underwent a number of misadventures which firmly shaped its personality.
Yep.
It bonded to a heroic Kree soldier rescuing refugees,
Yep.
a violent monster who committed genocide, and apparently Deadpool.
Oof.
Damn, no wonder Venom's so messed up in the head.
Eventually, the symbiote was discovered by Peter Parker, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
It gave him a pretty slick black suit and awesome new powers. But after
Yep.
finding out it was a confused, raging psychopathic alien, Pete decided to exercise it with the power of Christian Rock.
A
Yeah.
wise decision, although ill-timed, as this event would cause the symbiote to finally meet its greatest partner, Edward Brock.
Eddie
Can we really say the greatest partner? Press X to doubt.
was a journalist with the unluckiest backstory ever. While trying to uncover the identity of a serial killer, he blamed the wrong guy. The same day he published his article, Spidey caught the real killer, who lived right next door to the dude Eddie blamed.
Oh,
Long story
ouch.
short, Eddie was fired from his job, divorced by his wife, and disowned by his father.
Who already
Dang.
blamed Eddie for his wife dying in childbirth.
On top of all of that, Eddie learned he developed adrenal cancer, with only a few months left to live.
Man, and I thought 2020 was rough. I almost don't blame him for becoming a supervillain.
With all hope lost, he begged God to take it all away, and got an answer.
Yeah,
The symbiote.
yeah, like, again, he's basically another, like, parallel to Peter Parker, like, having the worst lifetime ever. So, makes sense.
Just like Captain Planet, with their powers combined, these two losers became a super loser. Well, no, they actually became a horrifying monster with all of Spider-Man's powers and then some.
Their
Yep.
mutual hatred of Spider-Man caused the symbiote to bond to Eddie like no host ever before. They were perfect, a terror in the night, an
Yo, what's up, Yushimaru?
unstoppable demon. They were Venom.
It even cured Eddie's cancer.
Sort of, it's complicated.
Apart from Spider-Man's webbing and web-crawling powers, Venom can use shape-shifting to mold his body into cool doodads.
Oh, yeah.
Swords, shields, tendrils, worm monster things, even wings. Yeah, imagine seeing this guy flying outside
Oh,
your
that's so
window
raw,
at
bro.
night. Well, good luck sleeping ever again.
Oh my
Venom
gosh,
can
that's so cool.
camouflage his entire body.
Yep.
Heal severe wounds like impalement and lost limbs.
Yep.
See all around him at once and psychically project emotions onto others.
Normally, this just makes people feel sorry for themselves, like Wiz on Tinder. But one time he convinced a bunch of other symbiotes that life was meaningless and they killed themselves. Shit, that's
Bruh.
Desperate, the symbiote can even invade the bodies of others and make them burst from inside out.
Ouch.
gross and awesome. But if he doesn't want to pop them like a fun balloon, he can just take over their body like a creepy puppet master.
While attached to a victim, Venom can control them by fusing the symbiote to their nervous system, specifically the brainstem and frontal lobes. Fighting off this mind control is extremely difficult unless you have powers that can directly counter it, such
Duh.
as another symbiote.
Oh god, aliens, tentacles,
Ew.
and mind control? Are we sure this episode is rated E for everyone, or do we need to start blurring stuff?
Don't worry. Aside from being a horrible mass murderer, Venom's stories are completely wholesome.
Right.
Venom proved
I
a
was gonna say.
dangerous thorn in Spider-Man's side and frequently ruined his life.
Yeah.
Even taking a page out of my favorite book, The Most Dangerous Game, and hunting him on a private island.
Yeah, he was
Yep.
the coolest rival ever, but over the years, things kind of calmed down a bit. They even teamed up every so often.
See, even with so much anger, Eddie had a legitimate desire to protect others.
Oh, hell no. Excuse me? Defeated Spider-Man, Carnage, Juggernaut, and Grendel, bro. They do not understand how Marvel scaling works at all, bro. How many Marvel matches are we going to need for them to be like, bro, this character scales to this character, and this character scales to God itself, and God can literally destroy the Omniverse? What more do they need to finally get into their heads to be like, yes, this Street Fighter character is in fact outerversal, bro. I hate people who are like, oh no, it's a outlier. It's an outlier, Nubs. Shut up. No, it's not. You just don't want to believe in it because, oh, it ruins the imagination. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It just makes every character stronger than normal human beings. Which, wow, it's called a comic for a reason. It's like, I don't get why people are so defensive of Marvel characters being outerversal, even on the, like, low-end tiers. Like, too bad. That's just how fiction is, alright? I didn't write the story, but, like, the consistency is there, okay? Like, seriously.
As a teenager stealing his dad's car, he accidentally ran over and killed a child. Despite his desire to confess, his father forced him to plead innocent and rigged the jury. The guilt has weighed him down ever since. So while Venom does have a hunger for human brains, he'd rather eat the face off a criminal than an innocent person.
Venom's as tough as they come. He's survived Ghost Rider's penance stare. He's strong enough to...
What are we doing here, guys? Let them say that one more time. One more time.
Does have a hunger for human brains, he'd rather eat the face off a criminal than
Let's
an
hear that
innocent
one more
person.
time.
Venom's as tough as they come. He's survived Ghost Rider's penance stare.
He survived Ghost Rider's penance stare, guys. That's not like that's just a human tier hacks. No, that is an absurd feat on itself. It's like if it's like comparing to DC is like surviving Darkseid's Omega beams, bro. Like Batman surviving the Omega beams. That is absurd. Or it's like if imagine Raditz survived Jiren getting punched in the face. That is not just a one-off feat. That is an absurd, ridiculous feat right there, bro. That is disgusting.
He's strong enough to toss a tank hundreds of feet up.
Wow. Throwing a tank. Wow, that is... I've never seen that before, bro.
Fast enough to take down Spidey 2099, who once caught Mjolnir while it was moving 2,000 times the speed of sound. Numbers. I'm not talking about me numbers. I'm talking about the actual sets of numbers, guys. Wow. Oh, so they clearly scaled to a future character who has massively FTL speed, yet they don't do the same to other Marvel characters, because keep in mind, he fights Spider-Man. Spider-Man has fought Hulk, he has fought Thor, and those characters can fight the beings like Silver Surfer, who can literally travel through time, or Thor that can throw the freaking hammer across the freaking universe in seconds, which would not require thousands, but more like, quadrillions of times FTL. And likewise, survive hits from them that can literally shatter the very multiverse. I'm not talking about 4D multiverse, nah. More like outerverse multiverse. And yet, Venom throwing a freaking tank is apparently one of his best feats worth calling out.
Although Venom does not possess the spider sense that allows Parker to react in microseconds,
Does that really matter at this rate? Like, come on, bro. You're literally fighting beings that can travel through time. I don't think precognition is going to be all that useful in the grand
he
scheme
can
of things.
still keep up with all the usual Spidey gallery. Plus, while symbiotes have a severe weakness to high-pitched sound and heat, he's developed resistances to them.
Like when he took this giant explosion, or when he survived a sonic scream from some mutant gremlins that shattered all glass within 10 miles.
While he may be tougher to take down than most other symbiotes, Venom never fully overcame his weaknesses. However, his symbiotic genes provide far more help than harm. This includes traits and memories from other hosts, like Scorpion and Flash Thompson.
Wait. Bullets are a genetic trait? How do
What?
I pass that down?
Venom will certainly need a lot of firepower to survive an encounter with the symbiote god.
Oh, geez, here we go.
At first, the Clintar symbiotes were seen as a peaceful people. But turns out they were actually living weapons forged by the primordial deity Null in an attempt to conquer the universe.
And I bet next up, Marvel decides they're...
Alright, okay, never mind. I was just curious what they gotta say.
magic maple syrup people from Asgardian IHOP. But okay, cosmic sludge made by alien Satan. Let's go with that.
Despite it all, Eddie and the symbiote have proven they're far more than the dark legacy the Clintar.
And by the way, Null can literally scale to other, like, gods in the Marvel-verse that also has, like, absurd infinite immeasurable speed, absurd multiversal to outerversal scaling. And yet, how does Venom even maybe having 1%, even 1/1000th percentage of that power, not possibly outerversal or beyond that? Like, what are we doing here, guys? I cannot stand that every single Marvel matchup or even DC matchup they do, they refuse to acknowledge it. And keep in mind, I'm not even a Marvel guy. I don't read comics. I just look at all the panels I've seen from multiple people who done actual scaling of the verses, and I'm like, bro, I don't even read this thing, but it's pretty consistent. Ironically, it sounds over the top. It seems a bit over it's extreme, but it's there. It's shown on panel. It's not just a one-off thing. It's always like, what's the inconsistency? I don't see any. It seems pretty accurate to me.
Were intended for. They've even gained the respect of the Avengers and eventually considered Spider-Man a friend. Sort of. It's complicated.
Eddie really is the best pal Venom could have found. And let's be real, he just looks freaking badass.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Even in your nightmares.
In ancient times, a demonic being known as the Kishin ravaged humanity,
Oh,
nearly
boy.
driving all mankind into the depths.
By the way, I'm sorry, I'm still chewing. The Kishin is basically the god, or like the final boss of the Soul Eater and Fire Force verse. So, essentially, think of like Persona verse, the Platonic gods, or like say, shoot, what was the other example I was about to think of? Think of other like outerversal characters you can think of in other franchises, like the ACP Foundation, the Scarlet King, or like Marvel, the Chaos King, Eternity. Think DC, like True Form, Darkseid. Think of those types of characters. So when you see Kishin, he's not literally up there, but like imagine that being the level we're talking about. So I just want to emphasize that part because I really want to make sure I'm being fair but critical to what Deathbud was going to say about Kishin, since it is literally part of Crona's like freaking character and narrative and stuff. So
Being known as the Kishin ravaged humanity, nearly driving all mankind into the depths of madness. This monster could only be defeated and sealed away by the god of death.
So, why is the literal god of death so goofy looking?
Fire Force, Universe Reset, and other, Power of Hope, And it's a long story, but just move
You
on.
ever seen Death Note? Hell, even Thanos' girlfriend is scarier than this clown.
If you are unfamiliar with the world of Soul Eater, prepare yourself. It's different.
Well, not wanting a return of the apocalypse.
Yeah, no thanks to a certain guy that happened to be a firefighter at one time at their life that ended up being a god, but that's another long story.
Death and his oven mitts founded a school, Death Academy.
Here, warriors called Meisters would train to fight evil using the power of their souls.
Yep.
They even got neat demon weapons that doubled as people.
Yep.
Together, they learned courage, chivalry, unbreakable friendship.
Yep.
You know, all that anime crap.
Yep.
Crona Gorgon was not one of these students.
Yep.
Buckle up, it's all Gloomsville from here.
Yep.
Deal with it.
I don't think I know how to deal with this situation.
Throughout their childhood, Crona was abused by their mother, Medusa, a witch obsessed with the legendary Kishi.
You can
Unknown. Oh, yeah. I'm not gonna get into that topic. I don't really care.
see where this is going. Anime Uma Thurman was such a fangirl she figured, hey, why don't I make my own Kishin? So she used her child as a guinea pig in a bunch of crazy experiments. You know, it kind of sounds like something you do, Wiz.
Don't be silly, I only use actual guinea pigs. Part of Medusa's great experiment included bonding Crona to a weapon, much like the monsters of Death Academy. However, joining with Ragnarok was a bit more literal.
Ragnarok used to be your run-of-the-mill transforming weapon person until Medusa melted him alive in black blood.
Black blood being another experiment of hers. Crona's own blood is, in fact, this same black blood, which they can remotely control. It can be used to heal wounds and even harden as a sort of internal armor.
Looking rags in black blood turned him into a brand new weapon that was literally poured into Crona's bloodstream.
From that point on, Crona and Ragnarok were two halves of the same person. The meek and tortured child firmly attached to their loud and brazen weapon.
And Raggy has that black blood control too. They can yank poor Crona around like a puppet. They can use black blood to create wings, thorny vines, all kinds of weapons. And big-ass needles. Ugh, I hate needles. What's up with that mouth when he transforms into a sword? That thing's messed up.
Like the Meisters, Crona can wield their own soul in combat, amplified by Ragnarok as a technique called screen resonance. Think of it like hooking an electric guitar up to an amp, though more akin to a screeching banshee on LSD.
I didn't know you play.
I don't.
Dang.
It's incredibly powerful, causing internal damage to foes and making Ragnarok vibrate to increase his cutting power. Hey, are you okay?
What?
With this weapon at their side, Crona set out on a quest to become a Kishi, which required quite a lot of homicide.
A lot
Ragnarok
of
can absorb
homicide.
the souls of dead people, and supposedly enough souls will turn Crona into the Kishin. So they went around slaughtering hundreds of people.
Despite
A
their name,
lot
Death
of
Academy
people.
wasn't exactly a fan, particularly their star student, Maka Alburn.
Don't worry, she and Crona ended up becoming good friends. Until they weren't. Sort of. It's complicated.
As a pawn in Medusa's mission, Crona gained several levels of new potential.
Oh, yeah.
Notably, after gaining or absorbing the powers of the monstrous Black Clown, the demon tool Brew, and even Ashura, the original Kishi.
All of which increased Crona's abilities, especially the black blood. Now Crona could turn their entire body into goop, and the slightest touch could inflict madness. That's madness with a capital M, by the way.
This madness is a corruptive effect that causes targeted variants of delusion or obsession, often spread as a wavelength. The wavelength of Crona's mad blood specifically causes violent psychosis.
Crona may be a pawn, but they're a badass. They can cut through a whole ghost ship, cover the moon with sound waves, open the moon's mouth? What the hell is wrong with that moon?
Crona and Ragnarok have held their own against multiple Death Academy students, including Maka, Death the Kid, and Black Star.
It's actually very impressive, really.
Kid once flew from Nevada to Egypt in less than a minute, and Black Star is even faster. He's dodged lasers and been tracked moving over 20 kilometers in 6 microseconds while approaching Baba Yaga Castle.
And Crona's been able to make enough mad blood.
While the exact unit of measure is not shown for feats, solely use metric units and must measure rare, blah blah blah, given the visuals. Okay.
To crush a whole goddamn Ukrainian city.
While this city isn't named, we can use a similar metropolitan area in Ukraine. Kiev, for instance. With this in mind, Crona must have created over 9 trillion tons of black blood, enough to fill over 6 billion Olympic swimming pools.
But Crona's a big leap from an...
Oh, wait, what did I miss? The laser dodge was bannable using light refraction, indicating they possess... Yeah, it's light. They dodge light, they act like light. It is clearly light speed. Just, alright.
leap from...
What's up, Pun Master? Just finished this. Yeah, don't worry. We're getting there. We're at the finish line. We're about to watch the recent one.
Their shit kicked in plenty of times, and their hardened black blood can only block so much.
Even then, Medusa's plan ultimately succeeded. After years of...
Hold on, Lift of the Moon's Ton Jaw. That's actually pretty cool. Oh, shoot, yeah. Absorb the Kishin. Yep, 100%. Survive Impalement of the Death Side. Match Maka. Yeah. And the rest, yeah.
Scheming, Crona absorbed the power of Ashura and became a Kishin.
Well, more like Kishin absorbed Crona, but close enough.
But with the power of friendship, Crona ironically wound up defeating the Kishin once and for all. Despite their life being nothing but destruction, Crona was the one who ultimately saved the world.
With an added side effect of a new madness wavelength that made everyone obsessed with boobs. Truly a positive effect.
What the heck?
Just give up. I'm tired of trying to figure out how to deal with you.
What in the
The
world?
combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
But first, instead of chewing on brains and souls, how about chewing on blue?
What's up, Richard? Yeah, I'm just about to get into it. I already reacted to the other past Ruby matchups, so... Again, keep in mind that this matchup came out before the revelation of the Kishin from Fire Force, so I don't want to say he can scale up there, but he's still going to be pretty strong, obviously, since it's going to affect the entire world. I don't recall if Soul Eater really had any particular, like, universal statements, at least within Soul Eater on its own. I know that just from the feats they've done, obviously they're pretty high up there, like, but for the life of me, I just can't remember specific, like, confirmation of, like, them literally influencing the very space-time and whatnot, so... But that said, either way, it doesn't matter, because even if you try to upscale Crona to the absurd levels, Venom should just straight up stomp. Like, it does not matter what they give to Crona, it should just be a no diff, like a hardcore no diff. It's basically the same with what they did with Weiss versus Mitsuru, but probably even worse, because you can at least give a bit of charity regarding Weiss with the cross-world canon stuff, but Crona has none of that. Venom has everything. Like, bro, we have, like, Marvel vs. Capcom. I forgot they even did Marvel vs. Shonen Jump, bro. That's even worse now that I think about it. And obviously there's Marvel vs. DC. Like, nah, Venom is, like, the verse of Marvel is beyond anything Soul Eater has ever done. Like, just flat out. Not even fair match. So, and the sad thing is I think I recall who wins, and I'm not going to be happy about it because of just how poorly they're doing with the lore, bro. Like, I'd like to remind y'all... I'll just let the ad play, but again, they've always done this. They never rely on the lore for most of these franchises. There's always feats versus feats, yet they never even consider the narrative. They just think these feats are just, like, self-contained, but it's like, bro, there's context, alright? But they just deny that, so... Of course, they make it seem more evenly matched when in reality it's, like, not even on a same playing field. Not even a same dimensional level field, bro. Ugh. But thankfully, we're almost done. We're at the final countdown. I'm very curious what's going to happen for Ruby scaling and what they're going to say for Soul Eater, but man, this has been a very, very disappointing run of matchups, bro. It's sad that Blake versus Mikasa, of all things, was the most consistently fair matchup. So, we'll see what they're going to say and do with this one.
Hello? I want to be alone.
Hey, pay attention, you turd.
Aha! Lucky day! 2 brains for the price of one.
That's the voice they went for Venom. That's I'm not a fan of that.
I don't think I can handle this right now.
Why the heck is Venom shorter? What the frick? Oh snap.
Mind is ours. Dinner time.
Bro, I can barely see the fight. Why did they put a dark background, man?
He's gone?
Bro, there's no contrast.
We are the ones hiding under your bed. Teeth ground sharp and eyes glowing red.
Oh, they're a combination of 2D and sprite animation. That's actually nice. What?
Your blood.
I know. It's black.
Wake up, stupid!
Oh snap. Oh boy. Oh man. Oh heck no. Ain't no way Venom's getting damaged by this kid.
Darkness. We are your nightmare. We are Venom.
I hate you.
I swear to God. Oh, what the f... That's really all it took, bro? Oh, man.
KO! Man, these symbiotes really need to stop picking fights with pink-haired anime characters. They're f***ing crazy.
Venom was certainly a tricky opponent. His shape-shifting camouflage and multitude of weapons kept Crona on guard. Unfortunately, Venom lacked the power needed to keep up a prolonged fight.
Yeah, Crona matching black.
Excuse you? Venom that can fight Wolverine, Hulk, Spider-Man, Thor, Carnage, all these beings that can fight for thousands, millions, billions, infinite years, cannot keep up with the freaking kid that arguably even has like a few months. It's like, what? Why? Why in the world, man?
Star speed makes for a pretty clear difference. Crona could reach Mach 9000, while Venom only topped out around Mach 2000.
Hold on. Hold on. Whoa.
Star speed makes for a pretty clear difference. Crona could reach Mach 9000, while Venom only topped out around Mach 2000.
Mach 2. That is absolutely atrocious, bro. I'm starting to think they really can't read at all. What in the hell?
And while Venom has shown incredible physical strength that puts Spider-Man to shame, he could never compete with 9 trillion tons of mad blood.
Which, by the way, that precise control of the black blood totally meant Crona could push out any of Venom's attempt at being a puppeteer.
And Crona's shown even greater feats of strength as well. Assuming all of the Moon's teeth are similar in size.
Well, his appearance does not necessarily mean to all psychic-related attacks and would resist. What? Has been affected by Hellmark and Jean Grey in the past. Bro, these characters have hacks abilities on a outer versal scale. You cannot compare a psychic outer hacks ability to a non-planet hacks ability. What are y'all talking about? Peak death battle? I mean, yeah, sure. If you think if having the worst logic scaling chain ever is peak death battle, you're 100% right, Odd. Oh man, like bro, Ghost Rider has fought other absurdly OP beings. Did he not fight Mephisto at one time? Like, is he, bro? I'm pretty sure Mephisto was literally met by the Living Tribunal. And he fought other, like, I think he even fought Eternity, bro. So, like, how can Venom not being resistant to Ghost Rider's hacks that can affect other beings on absurd infinite dimensional scaling in any way gonna somehow not helping in this type of fight? Also, seriously, it's like, oh, well, this kid has a lot of blood, so Venom doesn't have the capacity to overpower. It's like, shut up. That is the worst argument I've ever heard, bro.
And stone, opening this jaw is equivalent to lifting over 10,000 tons.
Really now, 10,000 tons. That's the expectations we're gonna give to these characters.
Of course, the final nail in Eddie's coffin was the fact that half of Crona's arsenal was sound-based. Basically,
hold on. Even compared to Spider-Man's reaction speed and spider sense, which are somewhat superior to Venom's ability scaling, to still match. Bro, Spider-Man literally scales to the reaction speed of Hulk and Thor, of which have immeasurable speed feats. Does Black Star has immeasurable speed feats? I highly freaking doubt it. Even at absolute absurd wank, maybe infinite, but unlikely. What the frick do you mean Venom does not have any level of speed that outmatches Crona? I am so dumb with these matchups, bro. These matchups are so terrible, bro. They cannot scale for their lives, bro. This came out in 2020, by the way. This ain't like old school era death battle. No, this is pretty modern for their standards. This is absolutely atrocious, bro.
Venom's kryptonite.
Somewhat. Recall that Venom did gain a notable resistance to sound attacks, so we needed to determine if Crona's sonic waves were great enough to effectively harm him.
You know those gremlins who shattered every window in 10 miles with a screech attack? The symbiote barely survived it, so that's a good high-end to...
That's a good high-end? Really? Venom scaling to Spider-Man, who scales to Hulk, who can also fight Wolverine, Silver Surfer, Doctor Strange, and a bunch of other gods that are beyond outer versal. That's not highball. But Venom fighting a bunch of fodder goblins, that's his highball. Okay. Sure. Alright. Whatever you say, Death Battle.
Look at it.
It takes at least 100 decibels.
Oh my. We're really gonna do this. Bro, this is getting me some Hulk versus Doomsday flashback. Oh, well, Hulk has a certain amount of adrenaline in his brain, so he can't really scale to freaking planet. But shut up, man. This is so not relevant, bro. I get that Venom has weaknesses, but it's like, This is really how we're gonna go for Venom scaling, bro.
Shatter glass normally. To cover that.
Yeah, chain scaling Doom. Yeah, bro, Doctor Doom. Oh my gosh, Doctor Doom has one of the most broken scaling ever. I forgot. I keep forgetting Thanos, bro. Spider-Man can scale to the likes of Thanos and stuff. Why? Bro, I'm telling you that we need to stop. We need to have an agenda to stop all Marvel street level scaling. That is so old news. We do not live in the 1960s. This is the 2025 where we have way too many crossovers, way too many gods that literally go beyond the very platonic concepts of dimensions and reality itself, transduality and whatnot. But apparently people are still living in the freaking caveman age where Venom being glass level is still impressive.
Distance, the combined sonic blast must have equaled about 244 decibels.
Oh my gosh.
In contrast, in order to engulf the moon, Crona sonic waves must have reached over 275 decibels.
And yes, that's considering the weird size.
Well, different methods can be measured on the blood flow. Additionally, victories over Dark Carnage and Grundle outside. Shut up. No.
Shape of the moon. Ugh, just look at that freaky thing.
Sure, 275 doesn't seem that much more than 244, but decibels increase on a logarithmic rate. This means Crona's sound attack was actually over 1,000 times stronger.
Vinny for sure wasn't surviving that.
Eddie and the symbiote held their own with versatility, but Crona and Ragnarok had them beat in destructive power, blistering speed, and an arsenal that could take advantage of Venom's key weakness.
Looks like Venom just got Ragnaroked.
The winner is Crona.
Yay. No, Space. I do not give Death Battle break because that's stupid logic. Oh well, the majority don't do it, so we shouldn't do it. No. If there's consistent proof of a character scaling to said levels, scale them to said levels. I don't care if it's not genuinely accepted upon. No, if there's consistent evidence throughout the course of 5 decades of content with countless consistent writing over the years of its cosmology and world building and characters and stuff, why in the world would Venom not scale to such levels? No, that's unacceptable, bro. I hate that argument. It's like, well, we can let him no. Again, I already gave Death Battle Pass with Yang versus Tifa. Ruby was only around volume 2, volume 3 at the time, so I'm not gonna apply I'm not going to be harsh on them because volume 3 through 9 didn't come out. That's fine. We just used what is given at the time. Weiss versus Mitsuru, unacceptable. We have all the information we had at the time for Shin Megami Tensei franchise to scale at Outerversal. There is no excuse for them to not have Mitsuru scale at such levels. Just because, we didn't know at the time. That's not an excuse. I don't care. That's a terrible excuse, honestly. Or likewise, why the heck is Weiss getting downplayed in AP? That's unacceptable either. Blake and Mikasa is fine, but then it's like, well, what about Venom? Venom has how many decades of content? And yet we're gonna say, he doesn't scale to such levels? Get out of here with that. No, that's unacceptable. At least with Soul Eater, Fire Force was not connected at the time, so that's fine. So, no. Terrible. Ugh. I'm going to the bathroom. I gotta clear my mind for a second. I'll be back real quick, guys. Sorry. Alright, I'm back. Ruby, yeah, last one. Final step. Okay. Woo, man. I feel better now, but man. Alright. I think we're ready. If there's a lot of noises, it's fine. It's just family going on. But anyways. Alright, now that we're finally done with the entire marathon, it's time to finally see the true finale. Their 200th episode that's supposed to be impressive, which it's not, but Maka versus Ruby. So after all their evolution since, 10 years ago, in terms of AP, they went from, like, what? They apparently nerfed the characters quite a bit. They went from like 1,500 tons of TNT all the way down to like 4. I don't know why they keep dropping their AP. Their speed, though, they increased it from like Mach 1 all the way to like lightning tier. And then their abilities kind of varies on the character, but at the very least we know that they're increasing in speed, but their powers for some reason decreasing. And then every other character they fought, they are always putting them up against the worst matchup ever. So, yeah. I'm not really looking forward to this. I'm very curious as to how the heck this will play out, but we'll see. Alrighty. The true grand finale, I'm not going to put it at 4K because it's going to kill my computer and my internet. Realistically, now that they do have the Fire Force connection, if I'm gonna be genuinely honest, Maka should just manhandle Ruby, because even with the current scaling, unless they allow cross worlds and maybe Justice League scaling, there's nothing that Ruby has that's gonna at all be of danger to Maka. Unless she has like the capacity to like kill off Soul, but even that's not happening, honestly. That's not gonna really happen, so the matchup the creator wanted, that's interesting. I mean, either way, that's not really a good matchup. Maybe it would have been like years ago, but due to the revision of the Fire Force connection, no. This matchup is no longer really fair. It should have been something else, frankly, for Ruby. For Maka, I mean, sure, it's an easy W, but whatever. Anyways, we're finally here, guys. It took me forever. I know, I'm sorry. I have a lot of criticisms to say, but it's almost as if I just have basic expectations, so sorry, but whatever. Anyways, let's just get on to it. Oh, it's gonna be a 3D. All right, that's nice.
Versus Maka Albarn.
The battle of spunky teens with oversized gardening tools.
With the worst matchup scaling ever.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
By the way, again, I'm just saying, it's been 10 years since the very first Ruby matchup. They should, by all means, go beyond expectations in terms of their scaling. So I'm going to have that expectations right now. So thank you, everybody, for not spoiling the matchup. I really appreciate it. So now we can actually see what they've done right and what they've done wrong over the years for their series and just for the matchup itself.
I remember when Mama Boomstick read me bedtime fairy tales. Stories of heroes and warnings about eating those little berries and quicksand. So much quicksand.
Yet in the world of Remnant, fairy tales are real. Here, huntresses do battle with monstrous Grimm, and there was nothing more exciting than that to Ruby Rose.
Yep. To the world-renowned huntress, Summer, who disappeared. Little Red really wanted nothing more than to be a huntress.
Oh yeah, I forgot she's a VTuber.
To Beacon Academy 2 years ahead, a premier school for huntsmen and huntresses, Ruby clearly showed prodigious talent.
Not just that, she's got the weapon geek gene just like yours truly. Ruby doesn't leave home without her trusty Crescent Rose. It may look like a high-tech scythe, and it is, But it's also a gun. Ruby made Crescent Rose
Yeah.
herself. It's like a dance between Grim Reaper's Choice and a bolt-action sniper rifle.
A dance is
Fire
fitting,
Guardian,
as huntsmen are locked in a never-ending waltz in their battle with the Grim.
Crescent Rose can switch between sniper and sight at the press of a button. Ruby's an old hand at flinging and moving it exactly how she wants, despite it being, like, bigger than she is.
Yeah.
What does she do it with those noodle arms? The girl can't even throw a punch.
Well, she might not need to, given the strength of her aura. All living beings in Remnant have an aura, except dark creatures like Grimm, though not all of them can utilize it in combat without extensive training. See, aura forms a barrier that blocks fatal blows and even heals wounds.
It can make
Yep.
weapons stronger too. When Ruby slaps a cartridge of dust into Crescent Rose, her aura lights up nature's wrath in man's hand.
Dramatic, but accurate. This dust represents the base elements of the world. Fire, electricity, ice, wind, anti-gravity. Does that last one count?
Rule of cool, Wiz. She's got the eyes of a hawk, and when she shoots you with dust, a bullet is the
foreshadow.
last thing you'll be worried about. With enough of a boost, ice dust can freeze over whole mechs, and she can power up her kicks to
Ruby's dust should be comparable to Weiss, which should be kill. Okay, so there you go. Okay, well there you go, guys. Awesome. There you go. They scaled Ruby's dust to Weiss's abilities, which has that scaling feat. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Great.
Raider military-grade steel.
I'm not gonna overreact to every single thing. I know. Sometimes it's an exaggeration, but you know, when they do something right, there you go. They do something right. Casual kick strength, 11 tons. Yeah.
A person's aura may be limited, but Ruby can keep track of hers with this handy health bar on her not smartphone.
Ruby blasted
Yeah.
through Huntress classes with flying colors. Almost right away, she was appointed the leader of her own group, with Weiss Schnee, Blake Belladonna, and Big Sis Yang Xiaolong. Oh, I get it. Team Ruby.
But Ruby's hope for many years of learning with her friends would be dashed as evil machinations spread like wildfire. And with a flash of silver light, Beacon had fallen.
Ruby's friends? Dead. Her school? Totally wrecked. Her sister? Disarmed.
Yep.
All because of a lover's spat that went way too far.
Way
Salem
too
saw
far.
the world divided, and it was time to say goodbye to any happily ever after.
But Ruby wouldn't give up like that, so she set off to change the world.
Even as Crescent Rose began to feel heavier and heavier. Could she really save the world like her fairy tale heroes? All she did is what she's always done and never stopped moving forward.
Because Crescent Rose wasn't the only thing she needed. She had to improve her semblance too.
Right. While aura is essentially the manifestation of one's soul, the semblance is an expression of their personality.
Basically, it's a superpower farmed by aura, and Ruby's got super speed. Or a teleport? Or what is she doing exactly?
Close. This is Petal Burst, a mixture of speed, teleportation, and intangibility. Ruby can rocket from one point to another in milliseconds.
By literally
Not literally, but kind of. Sure. Yeah, why not?
bursting into petals.
Sort of. According to Best Robo Girl Penny, Ruby's semblance is extremely complex and variable. It involves breaking her body down to its molecular
Other guys like Maria struck mid-pels, but this was before she fully understood the ability. She could let her phase through attacks more regularly. I mean, yeah, sure.
components before zooming off in complex paths, negating the laws of mass entirely.
AKA Super Speed Plus. And Nora's best girl. Ruby's
I guess it's kind of like a watered down version of like instant transmission, if you really want a weird example equivalent.
Petal Burst is so quick she can make flying missiles look completely still. Good luck tagging her with a bullet or a breadstick.
She is certainly quick enough to give Emerald and Mercury a hard time, and they've dodged actual lightning.
Yep. Okay, there you go. They're still consistent with the lightning speed, so mad respect to that. I'll give them credit to that, 100%.
She's faster than Blake, who could keep up with the most cringe faunus of all, Adam Taurus.
Well,
I
he
hate
did
Adam, bro.
draw his sword fast enough to parry an actual particle beam.
Oh my gosh, they actually, oh, yes! Yes! They did it! They actually, oh my gosh, they graduated, boys. They finally graduated. Bro, this is, honestly, if you want the best scaling feat you can give to Ruby in general, not Ruby the character, Ruby the series, there you go. They actually did it, bro. Oh my goodness. It took them 10 years. It took them 10 years to get there, but they finally got there. It's alright. It's okay. Baby steps, you know.
Well, he did draw his sword fast enough to parry an actual particle beam. In real life, such a beam is created by accelerating charged particles to just under light speed.
Yep, that is 100% true. It's so funny because the funny thing is that feat was done like literally at not even the beginning of the series, but he still did it. And Ruby technically gets stronger. I mean, quote unquote stronger. I'm gonna be honest. The story is kind of, but you know, inverse. Yeah, she was supposed to be better than before, so there's not much argumentation as to why she shouldn't scale to an extent to Adam's level. Maybe at the time frame, probably not, but especially by the time skips and especially by Volume 9, yeah, she should at the very least be on the relative or just above Adam's speed reaction.
So, that's impressive.
Yeah, again, essentially this feat at the absolute highballed interpretation could put them up to relativistic to just flat out not FTL, but like light speed, like just 100% speed of light. So there you go. Yeah. Remember, guys, Yang was not even Mach 1 10 years ago. They finally upgraded their research to have them at pretty much FTL or just light speed, which that's as far as they're gonna go. You can't really go any higher for Ruby's speed scaling unless you include the Justice League or the Crossworlds canon lore, which it's not really it's not etched into the verse, so that's not gonna be consistently canon. But if it's just 100% composite canon, then yeah, it is valid. But whatever.
With such a powerful ability, Ruby could safely shine her smile for years, even as she carried the fate of Remnant across the world. To her friends, she was a beacon of hope.
Well, yeah, because she's got one more superpower.
Beacon of
her
hope.
Silver
Beacon.
Eyes. Just like her mom, Ruby inherited them from the God of Light.
Yep.
As a weapon against negative anti-life energy, like the evil goop Grim spawned from. Just a wink and blam. Sayonara, Dragon of Darkness.
But Ruby's skills didn't falter after her time at Beacon. As she journeyed across Remnant...
Giant Nevermore, yep. Kicked out the Griffin, yep. Yep. Again, Predator, yep. Torcha, well, I mean, yeah, sure. Mets, yeah. Wait. Oh, no. No, Death Battle. Why did you do it again? Oh. Why Death Battle? You were so close, man. You were so close. You did not have to include that, bro. So right there, once again, Death Battle references a cross-verse canon event, and they will not apply it onto Ruby's stats. If they did, this fight could have been a bit more interesting. But nope. It's just... What's the point of even calling it a feat? How does meeting a person even a feat? Now that I think about it. Just have it as like a Easter egg. Like, oh, hey, this thing happened and that's it. This is not a feat. Meeting Superman... Well... This is the year 2025, guys. And this is still... what Death Battle lacks. Like, in they lack hindsight. It's so disappointing, bro. Come on, man.
She leveled up to compete with all sorts of powerful magic and mechanized foes.
Yes.
Her team could even match the Ace Ops, an elite squad of longtime professional huntsmen.
Which they weren't really all that impressive. I'm gonna just be honest. From what I've seen, oh yeah, the world can hype them up all they want. They were absolute trash, bro. They were not impressive. I'm just being honest.
Including Harriet, whose super speed semblance was totally outclassed by Petal Burst, and Vine, whose aura was strong enough to contend.
Aesop's were able to contend somewhat with Maiden Penny. I mean. Sort of. More or less, but not really.
Ain't a bomb that was about to decimate the whole city of Mantle. Man, these are some pretty powerful auras.
Though it's important to remember, Ruby is only 17 years old. The weight of being a
What
leader,
does that matter?
a savior, and a huntress like her mother would get heavier and heavier and heavier.
She got over it. Look at her go!
Taking Crescent Rose firmly in hand and sending a message of unity to the rest of the world. Ruby had finally left the fairy tale behind, taking one more step toward the day we've waited for.
Until, you know, Volume 10 shows up and they still screw up and still get applauded for their terrible deeds, but that's another topic on its own, right? But let's not worry about that.
Today's battle is sponsored by Prize Picks.
We all make decisions.
Are they promoting gambling? Bro, they're promoting gambling. All right, I ain't gonna complain. Whatever, I don't care. Well, there you go. Great job on them. They finally upscaled their speed to the pretty much the peak you can give to Ruby. AP though, it's okay. It's all right. Ability-wise, it was not too bad. I guess that's fine. I don't know. Again, it's still disappointing they had to reference Justice League and Cross Worlds, but do nothing with it, so this fight is gonna still be a bit one-sided, but maybe I'm wrong. I give Death Battle too much credit as is, so who the frick knows? Maybe Ruby will win because of some weird downplay or upscaling chain I can't think of at the moment.
A sound soul dwells within a sound mind and a sound body.
But all the unjust evil souls of this world are on the Disney Fast Pass to becoming a Kishin.
Destructive gods mutated from good-natured souls. A Kishin could plunge the world into chaos and madness.
Yes.
If only someone could stop them.
Bing bong, it's the DWMA. Welcome
Yep.
to Death Weapon Meister Academy, where death rules. Literally, his name is Death.
Yeah.
Lord Death tasks humans to become spiritually talented meisters of demon weapons.
AKA people who are also a weapon. No, really, they transform into weapons.
Yeah.
Guns, ninja stars, hammers, you name it. A Meister weapon pair kills and consumes lost souls to keep the Kishin away. Jack the Ripper? More like Jack the Fraud.
And so, the demon weapon Soul was paired with the dutiful rising star, Maka Albar.
Yep.
Talk about your classic teacher's pet. The kind of girl who leaves an apple on the desk and goes, "Teacher, you forgot to give us homework," and then we jump them.
As if Soul's any better, a weapon who's too concerned with being cool to do any real work.
Hey, Soul's not just any demon weapon.
I mean,
He's
Soul
a
is
Scythe.
pretty cool, I ain't gonna lie.
He's got his sights on upgrading to the highest level of Death Scythe.
Which would be a high honor. And lucky for Soul, Maka always aims high.
Especially
With
for
that
their
common
age.
goal, Maka and Soul formed the dream team. All they needed was 99 Kishin eggs and the soul of a witch. Easy, right?
Maybe, since Maka is extraordinarily perceptive at spotting and examining souls. She can detect spiritual presences from millions of yards away, and can discern its nature, stability, and emotions.
Time for class then. The two trained hard.
Occasion
but their
sex editing,
styles
blah, blah,
kinda
blah,
weird.
soul hack,
Okay,
yep.
So Maka guides Soul in the direction she wants to go, but Soul, the scythe, does all the actual movements himself. Maka's the Meister, Soul's the weapon.
Yep.
Like conductor and instrumentalist.
Yes.
A Meister weapon pair cannot work in harmony without total cooperation.
Yeah.
Too bad their teamwork sucked. They fumbled the easiest chance for Death Scythe status. F-.
Maka
Yeah.
just could not get in tune with Soul's wavelength. She was
At
skilled,
first.
Sure, more skilled
At
than most.
first.
Keyword most. There were plenty of rivals showing her up, like Blackstar and Tsubaki.
Really puts a damper on the straight A's when this show-off is doing better than you.
It was
Well, yeah, but even he was also struggling with the Link, but they improved as well, so I know what they're going with this, but no, they all struggle with their own connections to some capacity, but yeah.
up to Maka and Soul to improve their teamwork through Soul Resonance.
What
Yep.
I said about wavelength wasn't metaphorical. Rather, wavelengths are the means with which Meister and weapon draw strength through each other.
Yes.
Think of two wavelengths as different emotional amplitudes that must merge at one alignment.
Yeah.
If the Meister's the guitar and the weapon's the amp, then they create a feedback loop to increase its frequency. That's soul resonance.
Soul resonance creates a telepathic link and surges their strength and speed.
And preps them for cool scythe moves like the Witch Hunt Slash, a big energy strike that puts the L in evil.
As the name implies, it works especially well against witches and other evil creatures. It's not exclusive or anything.
Obviously,
It's actually
yeah.
really deadly against evil because of Maka's rare anti-demon wavelengths. Basically, being a goody little two-shoes gets her the power of purity or whatever.
Maka and Soul were becoming a synchronized unit, though one would sometimes need to rein in the other's idiotic habits.
Yeah.
And the other guys gotta stop their annoying overthinking, Wiz.
But everything changed after a unique encounter with Crona, which
Oh,
nearly
boy.
killed Soul.
Now Soul had an ogre pal in his head, waiting for him to swing on over and play the piano. Yep, Soul got infected with black blood.
Black blood was specially brewed as a weaponizable blood. It hardens and strengthens its user's body, inside and out, increasing their physical ability.
Yep.
They can even block blades with their bare skin.
Too bad it comes with a little side effect of madness with a capital M.
A force of fear and sadness all living things possess, which threatens to ruin the world.
Yep.
So it was kind of a big deal that Maka was bummed by how she got Soul in a jam. But thanks to Soul, she got over it and even welcomed in their new little ogre buddy.
Now when Soul plays his grand piano, their soul resonance sings even louder through the black blood.
Giving Maka all the perks of black blood too, even the crazy parts. Bet you didn't expect that, Crona.
But evil saw their plans through. The Kishin Asura had arrived. Madness was spreading everywhere.
So Maka and Soul had to lock in and upgrade their witch hunt to the even stronger demon hunt slash. They went on even more missions to reap souls with classmates like Blackstar, and that guy outran his own shadow.
Perhaps the most
my
obvious
gosh.
evidence ever of
Oh, now Blackstar severs shadow faster than light. Oh, well, there you go. Awesome. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. My faith in humanity, bro. My faith in power scaling is restored by 1%, but it's still something, bro.
faster than light speeds, and Maka could finally keep up with him.
Hear that with her fight with the demon tool Gopher, who could obliterate
Yeah.
whole mountains, and you've got one hell.
16 kilotons. That is... Let's just keep rolling numbers. Just keep going.
Of an ass kicker.
And yet, Maka's relationship with Soul still faltered. Soul was the real star here. Even other Meisters were trying to take him as a weapon, away from Maka.
I mean,
Yeah.
he literally moves himself, so Maka couldn't help but wonder if she was holding him back all along.
But Soul said the truth. In all of their missions, their teamwork was the key to their victory.
Duh.
An orchestral performance is only as good as the one conducting. And so, their wavelengths
In the anime, Maka has a different final form, which manifests safe from the body, but it's okay, yeah.
played in harmony, and Maka donned a dress of black blood.
It's an armor literally made of blood, and it lets Maka fly around and shoot out her soul as an epic sound wave. So freaking metal!
At the same
Yeah.
time, Soul discovered he could hack souls and directly transmit Maka's anti-demon wavelengths,
Ooh.
basically shutting their enemy completely down through Soul Adagio.
And they finally achieved.
Carve through, go for blast, outpace Medusa vector arrows, consume, yeah, obviously. Nullify, yep. Tanked, okay. Ooh. Ooh, they tanked Asura's Vara that pierced death. I swear to gosh, if they downplay her defense and AP, oh, this is gonna bite them so hard in the back. Kept up with black, yeah, that's fine. Survived attacks, split clouds, and created the moon. I swear to gosh, they better not. And okay, there you go. So 3 in a row. Tanked Asura's attack. Survived the moon and craters of the moon. And defeated Asura. Like, straight up defeated Asura. If they do not come back to this for her stats, I'm gonna rage, bro. Again, 10 years. of evolution, and if they do not scale, they've been doing very well for Ruby scaling right now. They're doing fine with Maka scaling right now. I'm just praying, please. I'm so close to giving them a good rating, bro. So please, they haven't done anything wrong yet, but I'm praying they don't.
Yes, Scythe. The dream's here, baby.
So when Crona's own Black Blood reached its final stage, Maka and Soul flew to the moon. A
Yep.
moon small and unassuming, but so dense it has the same mass as the planet itself. The very
snap.
world's sanity was at stake.
Oh boy.
Crona might have gone insane, but Maka still reached out to their new friend Soul until the Kishin showed up to ruin everything. Come on, Asura, they're having a moment here.
Yeah.
Timing, bro.
In what would be Maka's final
Characters for 5 shows show greater freaks than Soul Eater, but these are highly contextual and
exam, Maka, Soul, and all of their friends faced off against the Kishin.
And she passed. A+. Maka pulled her weight and perfected her teamwork with Soul. Their wavelengths were pitch perfect.
Asura did everything he could to separate them, crater them into the moon, punch holes in Maka's chest, tamper their souls with madness, and each time they successfully realigned their wavelengths.
Until they kicked his ass with one final upgrade, the Kishin Hunt Slash. Maka Chop! Now that's what I call absolute cinema.
Because a sound soul dwells within a sound mind and body. So should you feel overwhelmed by evil's roars, just write 42 42 564 whenever you want to knock on death's door.
I'm gonna let them cook. And if they do not justify it, I'm gonna go ham. That's all I'm gonna say for now. But otherwise, they are passing with a fine, thin line at the moment. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. Otherwise, yes, they did everything fine. I'm just hoping they know what they're doing at the very end, okay?
Congratulations to us.
Wiz, you're
I mean, yeah, congratulations, I guess. I'm surprised they even survived this long, so.
ego is showing.
It always is. And why not? This death battle is episode 200.
Well, yeah, it's a big deal, so we've got a big discount on our website to celebrate.
That's www.deathbattle.gg.
Website members already get awesome deals like exclusive Death Battle merch, the whole episode archive, including episodes not on YouTube, and a bunch of behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, I think
And
one
if
of
you
them
sign up
because
today,
of
you can use
Toei
our code
being
EB200
jerks.
to get 20% off.
You can only grab this
I can't
discount
remember
in
the
the next
specifics,
2
but yeah.
weeks, so use code DB200 to get 20% off your website membership as soon as you can.
Where else are you gonna find such absolute cinema?
Alright.
No, really, we made it.
Speaking of which, I'm very curious what y'all have to say about the actual conclusion. Like, did y'all, before they actually showed the fight and results, did y'all get the results right or wrong? And likewise, did y'all have your own interpretations of the character scaling correct, or maybe you learned something new? Because at the moment, I was basically right with what they were gonna say, unfortunately. But yeah, so thankfully, I can give them a passing A for Ruby scaling and a questionable rating for Soul Eater scaling, but we're about to find out right now. Anyways, here's what we've been waiting for. 10 years in the making for Ruby, I guess. 200 episodes later of Death Battle. I'm not gonna lie, it's alright for now, but we'll just see what's gonna happen.
All right, the combatants are set, and we've run the data through all possibilities.
Also, I'm just saying, if they included Ruby Chibi scaling, oh, bro, I think even Saitama would freaking be scared out of his mind right now.
It's time for a scythe battle!
Okay, it's official. This
And it's
is
3D.
so not
Okay.
Cool.
Oh, Come on, Soul. Our target should be here, so try helping out. Hi!
What? Why is Ruby their target? Why? Okay. Or maybe. Oh, I get it, because they assume she's the witch or something. Oh, like the maiden. Oh, okay. They're clever. I get it.
Who are you looking for? Little Red Riding Hood, your humanity has strayed from its just path, and the Shinigami has come. Oh my gosh, your boyfriend turns into a scythe! Oh, that's so cool! Your soul is ours!
Dang. Okay. Just straight up to murder. Okay.
I like my soul, thanks.
Oh snap. Oh snap. Oh snap. Oh snap.
Won't lie, Red. Your moves are sick, but too slow for my Meister.
You haven't seen anything yet! Focus. She's good, but we can handle it.
Oh snap.
Still resonates.
Oh snap. Oh. Dang. Oh snap, dang! She straight up dodged that. Oh snap. Oh snap, oh snap, oh snap, oh snap. Is that supposed to be gravity? Or what was that? Oh snap. Oh.
Interesting. Her soul forms a barrier. Try helping out.
Relax.
Oh, that was pretty nice. Alright, that was actually pretty cool visual. Yeah, I was gonna say, I forgot that their powers literally negate souls, so... I don't know what Ruby's gonna do against someone that literally fights against souls as a job.
Sorry, but I'll never stop fighting. I'm Ruby Rose, and I am a huntress!
Soul Adagio.
Oh, dang!
Ruby!
The wavelengths. Damn it, she's... Stay strong, Maka! You got this!
Dang! Oh, that was a cool shot.
A simple, honest soul. Ruby Rose, huh?
Oh, that's actually pretty cool.
KO! Rest in peace, Ruby. But hey, it's not often you get to see scythe-on-scythe action like that.
Unless it's a one-sided matchup, but I'm not gonna ruin people's fun, but that's just besides the point.
Let's break this down with the 4 categories that best represent this matchup. First, strength.
Okay, again, I'm gonna be critical right now, because I'm not letting them with any excuses right now, bro.
Or a supercharged Ruby's strength way higher than you'd think, like kicking this Grim through steel.
Yes.
But Maka's soul resonance could match Gopher, who destroyed mountains.
Now, Team Ruby did defeat Vine, whose aura contained a bomb that could have wiped out a city.
Adding up their flight speed and how far Harriet said they'd have to fly to avoid the blast, that's a 366 kiloton bomb.
It's
that's actually not bad, all things considered. I'm actually impressed with what they're able to go with. Hold on, what was the amount again? Hold on, sorry.
The blast, that's a
366? That's actually pretty impressive, all things considered. Yeah, that's essentially, again, to those who don't know, that's essentially large town level. That's actually not something you would commonly hear from most of the scalers who does Ruby, so that's actually pretty good. Well, I think that's also the unfortunate part when it comes to Ruby scaling is that, again, the higher top tiers above Ruby is like Osman and Salem. but they literally get no diff by the two gods, and these two gods can create the planet, the moon, and a sun. And probably worse if they created a whole like entire like sky of stars, which is essentially like downplay multi-solar system level, you know what I'm saying? So unfortunately there's not much else you can really hype up Ruby based on the lore and stuff. Like, if you really squint your eyes, you can try to scale her to like Salem, but that's also like not really being accurate to, you know, the narrative. So but honestly, that's still impressive for Death Battle to actually come up with a better argumentation, because I haven't seen that many that go to such levels, in my opinion.
66 kiloton bomb.
It's possible Ruby's own aura possesses a similar level of, say, energy strength, though her semblance obviously can't replicate what Vine did.
And
yes.
Black Blood Maka got...
The moon's mass is increased to equals Earth's, and the prequel Fire Force by character. There's a reason why it floats in the air, self-sustained. Yeah. Wait. Just keep holding it in numbers. You're almost done. You're almost done. You're almost done. Okay.
Blasted by Asura into the moon. Yeah, it's small, but its mass is the same as Earth's, right?
Putting Asura's strikes at 2 quadrillion tons of TNT.
Oh my gosh. What in the frick? Bruh. What in the hell are y'all doing right now? Oh my gosh. Bruh, do y'all not know what that means? Bro, that is literally continent level. Large town level versus continent durability. One is not like the other, guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want like a number difference, I'm not kidding when I say that is basically like, I want to say even on the most minimal from the top of my head, I think that's like a 100 times gap. Literally, Ruby in no universe is gonna damage Maka at her peak. Ain't no way, bro. Like, think of any other verse that would be like that. Imagine, I don't know, someone from JJK who's like at best city level trying to damage Saitama's multi-galaxy feat. That's not happening, bro. Saitama's gonna tank it, no shot. Or like, I don't know, imagine like a street tier character trying to hurt, I don't freaking know, like freaking Goku or something. Like, what are we doing, bro? A continent buster versus a town buster, bruh. Yo, come on, man.
5 billion times higher than Vine.
So Maka takes strength, but speed wasn't as clear cut. Ruby's a fast little gal.
Are you sure about that?
Up with Black Star,
Are you sure about that?
Shadows and whatnot. But as they improved their skills, Ruby and her friends could outspeed Atom,
who blocked a particle beam. Though given the distance and time to react, Atom moved about 42% the speed of light.
Yeah, relativistic. That's relative. I think that's. I can't remember the specific range. That might be sub-relativistic, but even if you hype it up, it can still put them at relativistic speeds, which is still fine. Doesn't matter.
Not quite faster than your own Shadow Terror.
Well, Maka has said Black Star is stronger than her. She frequently keeps up in speed. Equal contribution. Does not factor in. Yeah, there you go. So, even, again, keep in mind, that is unfortunately the peak you can give to Ruby scaling, at least for the cast. It might be different. Actually, it is different for the gods, but that's not relevant to Ruby. So, actually, based on what they said and based on what is actually shown in Soul Eater, low-key, Maka could probably, like, keep up, if not possibly even speed blitz. Actually, more than likely speed blitz even the Ruby gods. That's how bad it is. That's how one-sided it is.
Still, Ruby's Petal Burst has become far faster than this over time, and clearly gives more than a 2-time speed increase on top of that 42%, making her well past light speed.
Definitely enough to take
But
on
not
Harriet,
much.
who was all about speed. Angry speed.
This isn't to say Maka couldn't keep up thanks to Soul Resonance, but Petal Burst makes this comparison close enough to call it a tie.
Is it, though? Like, is it really though? I'm just saying, like, nah, oh, and also, I forgot, I'm trying to ignore Kishin scaling right now, but let's ignore that! Let's just keep moving on.
And their speed would be key to winning in skill.
Come on, Wiz. Call it what it really is. It's Scythery.
That's not a word.
Maka's Scythery was pretty good, but Soul does all
Just
the movement
scythes,
for her. As a Meister, she was mostly a guide.
It's easy to assume that Ruby's Scythery was superior. She's entirely self-sufficient at dancing with her weapon.
Soul's own control is still a factor here, but it doesn't change that Ruby's been
Ruby trained with Crescent Soul at the time of Signal Academy. Monk did not achieve Soul Res until the battle with Stein. Moreover, was only 4 years older, but her journey across Remnant took at the minimum a year longer than the events of Solar. So they're going to try to argue that because Ruby has more experience than Maka, she somehow is better? No. Stop. I don't know why Death Battle keeps doing that, where they assume that, oh, this character has more experience. Like, bro, there are so many fictional characters that make experience irrelevant. Like, for example, Goku is not even, like, physically 100 years old, yet he keeps up with the likes of Beerus, who's literally over 75 million years old. And he uses all that training with just the lifespan of a human being, bro. Or look at Kratos. He's not even, like, within the thousands of years digits, yet he literally bullies beings that are immemorable. Immemorial. Like, they are beyond the concept of time. They are older than the universe itself, yet Kratos boxes them to death. I don't know why Death Battle sometimes makes it relevant, because maybe in some matchups it's fair, but in the grand case of certain matchups like this one, nah, I'm sorry. That's not gonna really be of relevance. And also, even in the verse, Ruby was taught by Osman, or whatever the stupid kid's name is. They were like, yeah, you're good at your weapon, but you're really bad at, you know, combat, like just pure fist to fist. So it's like, you could also make the argument that, well, sure, she has great, you know, scythe skills, but who cares? She's bad at, you know, fist to fist, and so does Maka. So all Maka needs to do is destroy her weapon, which she totally can, by the way, and then she's useless without her weapon. Literally, Volume 9 was all about her being useless. She was like, oh, I don't have my weapon anymore. I'm so useless, guys. I want to die. I'm so depressed. Like, that's literally... That was an entire story arc for this character. So, no, don't stop using the whole, oh, well, she has more years of experience. No, stop it.
That thing for way longer than Maka.
Oh my gosh.
Got Scythery.
No, she doesn't. I knew it. I freaking called what they were about to say before they even finished their own sentence. Great, thanks. I'm a freaking martyr who can expect the most obviously predictable things they're gonna state. Great.
In the bag.
Perhaps this edge would be enough for Ruby to avoid Maka's far greater strength if she had the better powers.
So, Aura's really cool. Barriers, healing, superpowers, and so on.
But it's not.
But it's got one big weakness.
It is a finite resource that is required for all of Ruby's powers.
Petal Burst, activating dust, even powering up Crescent Rose takes juice and some aura. Once it's gone, Ruby's totally vulnerable.
And there's a second key factor regarding aura. It is specifically a manifestation of Ruby's soul.
And Maka's powers are all about taking on souls.
Yes.
Maka had lots of ways to break through Ruby's aura, like Soul Adagio.
And since Maka is exceptionally gifted at examining souls, she could definitely figure out how aura works.
But, plot twist, what about Ruby's silver eyes?
And also, keep in mind, they surprisingly don't reference it, but yeah, Ruby has literally no soul resistance hacks at all. Like, Ruby is not really known when it comes to those types of hacks abilities. They're very straightforward, you know, AP, speed versus speed, skill versus skill, but they're not really like, say, Bleach or Shin Megami Tensei or like Marvel and DC types of hacks ranges. They're not like, you know, distorting reality every single second or like changing concepts on the fly, you know, that type of thing. They aren't doing that. Like JJK manipulating literally infinity with the freaking finger, you know what I'm saying? So Ruby is not really gonna be that great when it comes to hacks versus hacks, or per se.
Anti-Grim I-beams. Turns out they were actually her best secret weapon.
The negative power of Grim is quite similar to Madness wavelengths, which power Black Blood. Since anti-demon wavelengths can cancel out black blood, the silver eyes should achieve a similar effect.
But the problem is to assume that such AP could even get to that level. Again, I don't know why they always do this association fallacy. Is like, oh well, surely it applies similar to this ability, so it must be similar results. It's like, no. It's like, okay, what better example? It's like chakra versus ki in Dragon Ball, right? Just because a character can use chakra does not mean they're gonna have the same AP results as ki in Dragon Ball. Goku can use a Kamehameha that can probably destroy a universe. But just because Naruto has chakra doesn't it automatically makes him universal. No, you have to actually prove his abilities or power could even reach that levels. And hacks is one of them, right? If you do not have the same level or capacity to affect on the grander level, you're not going to affect them in general. So to assume Ruby's, I don't know, hacks level is going to be able to affect Maka that can literally resist Kishin's abilities? Yeah, nah, no thank you. No thank you, buddy.
Maka and Soul's whole story is about reaching that perfect soul resonance. Asura tried every way in the book and more to separate their wavelengths and failed.
Yep.
We already talked about how much stronger he is than Ruby. Maka takes powers.
Yeah, so Maka definitely takes strength. She definitely takes power. The speed, they honestly were lowballing Maka's speed. They couldn't actually make her even faster. And they unfortunately maxed out. They capped out Ruby scaling for speed. So, nah, Maka would definitely get the speed. And their skill argumentation, their Scythe 3 argumentation is pretty bad. Nah, like, legit, honestly, I would just give all the advantages to Maka, just straight up. Ruby doesn't really have much. At best, she could barely equal Maka's level on, like, maybe Scythe. At best, but like it's not gonna be a like immediate like win condition. Not even. She'll survive an extra like 5 minutes, but that's about it.
Because when she rose to the occasion, Ruby didn't stand a semblance of a chance and bit the dust.
And then yeah, obviously powers. Literally, what is Ruby gonna do? She has nothing to resist the hacks as Maka has in her abilities. Like there's literally nothing she can do. Like, and also keep in mind in Ruby the verse, you can also just cut the silver-eyed users, and it negates their eye abilities completely. So that's another win condition. If Maka can easily intellectually figure out her soul abilities, she can probably just be like, oh, she's using her silver eyes. I just gotta cut off her eyes, and Ruby cannot regenerate that. So there you go. I mean, like, there is a old lady character that had once, but not anymore. So, there you go.
The winners are Maka Albarn and Soul Evans.
Yeah,
wait,
who would
his name is Soul Evans? Next time on Death Battle.
Alright, that was funny. What is this one? What is this one? It's... What is this? Oh, Blade versus Buffy. Oh! I don't care. I don't care. Whatever. But there you go, guys. That was the final presentation. Huzzah. I predicted it completely. Yeah. I'm trying to get my thoughts across. Meanwhile, let me also get a quick drink. Oh, man. Alright, so overall, from what has been shown over the years especially, they actually did pretty good at finally improving the scaling regarding Ruby. But the other verses, unfortunately, they need a revisit. They need a revisit. Like, it's, oh, man. Yeah, I'm just, hold on. Let me show y'all something real quick. It's, yeah, so one thing you hate, your hatred for Deathbed has probably grown a bit. Oh yeah, 100%. Who is the character in the middle with the dark? Oh, that's me. What's up, Henry? Yeah, that's me. What are you talking about? That's me, man. That's my avatar. It's numbers. Marvel's still a debate in the power scaling community, especially the whole our characters like Spider-Man Universal. The answer is yes. The people who are still questioning that are morons. Let's just be real here. Alright? Here's a better equivalent. The people in the year 2025 who are still asking, are Dragon Ball characters above planet level? They are morons, okay? Dragon Ball has an absurd amount of evidence to prove yes. Dragon Ball characters, especially nowadays, at the current saga, is beyond planet level. The topic of planet level is no longer relevant. That's how stupid the topic is. To try to question if Dragon Ball characters are at all planet level. So likewise, Marvel and DC are having the same issue. Because, now to be fair, I'll give this. Not every comic book fan are power scalers. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. You're not supposed to be obligated to be a power scaler. I'm just saying those who are willing and openly hearing us out, and we're providing evidence to explain why they can be above planet level or beyond universal. Their arguments of, oh, that doesn't seem right, or in my opinion, oh, but my feelings, but the author though, it's like, no, those arguments are useless and irrelevant. It's just appealing to emotion at that day. Rob, does this man have joy? No, man, I only rage at cringy argumentation. That's it. I have fun with this. But yeah, it's like, again, the issue is not whether or not there's evidence. The issue is, can the other side please stop arguing with the appealing with emotion? Because that's always what it is. It's always like, oh, but I don't want Spider-Man to be universal. But I don't think it has to be that way. But my feelings thinks that this comic is not like that. It's like, too bad. I don't care. Nobody cares, bro. There's consistent evidence. There's a lot of you know, sources. There's a lot of panels. There's a lot of statements by the authors. There's a lot of, you know, points on the graph to be like, yes, this is the conclusion that we made. There's nothing wrong with it. Sure, it makes them a little bit overpowered, but it doesn't really break the story. It just means that the writers are consistent with the world building they're making. There you go. That's all it means. And it's not just a Marvel versus DC thing. It's fiction in general. Look at Ruby. I bet some of y'all way back in the day were like, what? Ruby being speed of light? Nah, you're just smoking numbers. Like, you know what I'm saying? I bet I can guarantee you, even myself, if I started power scaling it back in the day and I was getting into Ruby, in my mind I would have been like, what? Ruby is light speed? Nah, impossible, right? But obviously, if someone gave me the, you know, the research, the evidence to be like, yeah, here's the why and how we got to this conclusion, then there you go. We're like, okay, yeah, here you go. Ruby does a speed feat. She scales to these characters who does speed feat things. The world building allows speed feats to be possible. There is no outlier. There's no inconsistency. There's no contradiction. It's very much etched within their abilities, their, you know, growths, etc. So therefore, Ruby characters being speed feat level, light speed level, sorry, is pretty consistent. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing really wrong with that. I think some other people have this weird, like, appealing to reality where it's like, oh, but it kind of ruins the storytelling. It's like, well, it's not my fault. I didn't write the story. The writers did. They wanted to do something visually cool, or they didn't think ahead in context, but too bad. It's in the story. I can't do anything about it. I didn't make it up. It's literally in the story right there. And also, it's like, bro, these, you act as if like fictional stories are like bound to reality. Like, bro, Soul Eater literally has a smiling face of a moon. I don't know what to do about that. Fire Force literally has the main character turn into a god. Persona has literal avatars that can manipulate entire constructs of like life and death, you know, love and hatred. They can literally manipulate a multiverse on a whim. Thanos can snap a universe away. Goku with a punch can shock a universe. Like, there's so many fictional stories where I'm like, bro, these stories are breaking reality on so many principles, and nobody bats an eye. But for some reason, Marvel, oh, but Spider-Man being infinite speed, that doesn't make sense, numbers. Like, no, that's just you appealing to incredulity. I'm sorry. You just think that, oh, well, it goes beyond your comprehension, so it's not true. It's like, that's not a valid argument. Just because it's hard for you to believe that's true doesn't mean it's invalid, alright? I can say that for any franchise in general. Oh, Dragon Ball characters being above planet level, that doesn't make sense. I can't believe that. Well, too bad they are. What? Naruto with the Rasengan can blow up a universe? That doesn't make sense. Too bad. You can prove that. What's Bleach having a universe scaling meta? That's hard for me to believe. Numbers? Too bad. Bleach has universal scaling statements. Like, I can list so many examples. Star Wars, Disney, Pokemon, Sonic, Mario, JJK affecting Infinity. There's so many franchises, bro, that does that on a daily basis. So why is Marvel and DC not able to work on those circumstances? My Hero, yeah, like My Hero has weird light speed scaling. I didn't write the story writes itself, alright? Sorry. Doctor Who is very wonky with its presentation, but that thing has absurd scaling. Star Trek, SCP Foundation scaling, Smash Brothers, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Halo. Like, there's so many verses that are like what's the word? Grounded to reality. But even the most grounded reality franchises are like doing absurd levels. Bro, like the Yakuza series, these are supposedly human characters, but they're like performing like city busting abilities, bro. Like, don't ask me, ask the writers doing this stuff. We think a Doomslayer is just some guy destroying demons. No, he's like some weird multiversal, outerversal being who was once human, okay? Like, I'm not the one doing like the writing. I'm just analyzing what the story is, and it's kind of weird that it's pretty consistent. You can make these characters way too overpowered, even if you think it's over the top. Too bad. Saitama, bro, he literally does 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and 10 kilometers as training, and this guy somehow went from that, not even human tier, all the way to a near universal buster. All right. Don't ask me. That's just how fiction works, okay? So, I just hate that people are so, like, appealed to reality, appealed to incredulity, to justify Marvel characters and other franchises to not be a certain level just because, oh, this doesn't seem consistent. Like, no, you just don't want it to be consistent. You just don't think it should be consistent. That's why I always, like, in most matchups, I'm like, hey, I don't want to downplay any of the verses. I really want to see how accurate and how consistent they are. Because look at what Death Battle did to Ruby. I already mentioned how many times they've been downplaying their AP. They went from 1,500 tons of TNT, which is like above like town level or whatever. But then they keep dropping it down to 7 tons, to 4 tons, to then all of a sudden all the way up to large town for Ruby. And it's like, what happened? Like, why did they nerf it all of a sudden to upscale it? Like, what was the sudden change? Like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, and also the other thing is the appealing to association fallacy. The other reason about the whole, oh, well, Spider-Man fights people called street levels, like, well, You do know that the standards of one fictional story does not correlate to real life standards. I'm trying to think of an example, but it's like, well, actually, yeah, let's just use Ruby as an example. Does anyone here really think that the regular humans of Ruby gonna be the same level of power as humans in real life? No. Or like, is the average people in Naruto gonna be the same power as average people in real life? Hopefully no. You get what I'm saying? These standards of other franchises is not gonna apply the exact same thing to our real world. Or vice versa. Like, Ruby, real life society is not gonna be the same society as, you know, Soul Eater, as Attack on Titan. You know, for some reason, a lot of fictional franchises, the average human is actually way stronger than most regular human beings, okay? That's just how it is. On certain series, not every single one, but a lot of franchises just work that way, okay? So the average, like regular average in fictional stories can be way above our caliber. You know what I'm saying? Like, another good example is like the Nasuverse or like the Fate series. The Earth is not a, like, if you were to destroy the Earth in that franchises, you would not be considered planet level. Because based on the world mythology and cosmology, destroying the Earth in that franchises is more like complex multiversal. Because of how different the construct of Earth is in that franchise. So, but obviously in our real world or other franchises, destroying a planet means you're just planet level. But in that verse, it actually means something above that. So likewise, us trying to apply... Again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's only if there's a reason to assume otherwise. If there's reason to justify it, then fine. But if there's no reason to question it, then why bother? In fact, another great example is One Piece. In One Piece, there's a lot of people. A lot of people within the community theorize and believe that the Earth, the planet of One Piece, is like thousands of times bigger than our Earth, just because of the size of the islands, the oceans, and blah blah blah, right? The story doesn't really, the world building doesn't really call out on it, but fans believe that it could be the case, right? So that's a great example, because normally you just be like, oh yeah, the Earth of One Piece is probably the size of our Earth, right? But there are people who do argue that it's probably bigger. So are we going to argue that, oh, well, surely it must be because real life examples? No. One Piece could indeed have a bigger Earth than ours, and it wouldn't really change the world building all that much. It would still just be One Piece, just a bigger Earth. That's it. So that's what I'm getting at. So, no. I don't like the whole, oh, well, Spider-Man can't be universal just because my standards, though. Scaling Charizard to Pokemon to multiversal buff. Yeah, Pokemon's another great example. I also agreed that Pokemon is a bit wonky because I think people go too extreme on certain positions. Either, I don't know why people like doing that. People are like, oh, it must be this level or it must be the extreme. There's no in between. It's like, but I don't do that. I look at all the interpretations. I don't just be like, oh yeah, Pokemon, all of them must be multiversal level. All of Ruby must be planet level. All of Soul Eater must be outerversal, right? Like, I don't do that. I'm like, okay, clearly this narrative is acknowledging that there's growth, there's increase, there's training, there's Zenkais, there's whatever. There's a development for these casts to get stronger in some capacity. It doesn't make sense for them to somehow be boundless tier if they still need to train and whatnot. So clearly they went from the baseline level, let's just say wall level, and by the end of their story, they're planet level. Well, then clearly in between that time frame, they had to reach certain thresholds, right? So I don't like to just assume that they must always be a certain level every single second. Like, no, they can always be, you know, there could be specifics as to why maybe they increased, maybe they got downplayed, maybe they got weaker, they got injured, they're dying, they got a buff, they got, you know, cursed or something. to explain certain, you know, plot points in the story. So there you go. I already read that. Numbers. When is the next Dragon Ball video scan? Currently using current DBS with guidebooks plus heroes. Also, what do you think of God Fusion Goku and Jump Force? Also, Luffy was in Dragon Ball Heroes. Okay, so when is the next using DBS? I haven't, honestly, a lot of my videos don't even rely on Dragon Ball Super scaling. It's more like a one-off, like, hey, here's a reference to Super, but I don't really focus on it. I think it's because it's too recent. There's not enough real, like, long-term, like, complex scaling worth going over that many have already gone over. People already talked to death about Jiren, about Broly, Beerus, Whis, you know, Kaba, especially. I mean, I'm not saying I wouldn't do those videos. It's just that I like to, you know, be unique. I don't want to just copy what everyone else has said or done. I want to be doing my own interpretation that people can at least be like, okay, finally someone said something new for once, you know what I'm saying? So, but I wouldn't mind doing it. Just, you know, eventually I will, but at the moment I don't think people really seem to care. Heroes, I mean, the next video will have heroes related, so I guess that sort of counts. I think but I will say there will be an eventual shoot, I just lost my train of thought. There will be an eventual poll, a poll about which character I should do next that might include heroes. So there you go. If you want a heroes related video, you gotta vote for that, but I haven't dropped it yet, so eventually. What I think I got about God Fusion Goku, he's overrated. He's way too overinterpreted by a bunch of people that really don't know what they're talking about. I know where they're coming from, but at the same time, it's like, stop. Just please stop doing that. Y'all don't know what you're doing. You could do better. I know what you're trying to get at. There's not inherently wrong with it, but just do it accurately. Don't be disingenuous, all right? If you want to have a character reach a certain threshold, just do it right. Don't do it just because, oh, I hate everyone. I'm smart. I'm better than all of y'all. I know how to argue better, and let me just use Goku as an excuse to prove my intelligence over everyone. Like, no, that's just bad. Don't do that. Jump Force Goku, not at the moment. I don't, especially when it's Goku, literally the main MC. That's not really in my list of to-do list. Also, Luffy, yeah, I will mention Luffy in one of my hero scaling related videos, but not at the moment. But I'm well aware of it. Yeah, there's a difference between reaction combat. Yeah, Smash Brothers. Yeah, I know. Smash Brothers scans is funny. Scaling research and stuff that happens. Yeah, but the problem is Death Battle has less excuse because it's like, bro, you literally have access to the entire internet of power scaling. You can ask anybody who is well in depth of any franchise you can ask for, and yet you still come up with the most vanilla conclusion arguments possible for these matchups. Why? That's why I get so annoyed when they do that. Would you do scaling videos on other shonen movie villains? Yeah, eventually. It's just that obviously I don't want to do projects that because like, for example, this live stream is the great example. I'm not going to act like I'm a 100% verbatim, untouchable power scaler when it comes to Ruby. No, I already just admitted I haven't watched all the way through Season 6 through Season 9. I only spoiled myself with some of the fights, but that's about it. But I have looked into a bit more of some of the feats they've done, and lo and behold, some of the feats they mentioned was in the Ruby versus Maka. So there you go. Even though I haven't fully dissected the entire thing in its entirety, that doesn't mean I can't at least try to have a discussion about their scaling, whether it's right or it's wrong, it could be higher, it could be a little bit, or whatever. So that's why I like to at least, if I really want to have the best I can, a non-biased argument video, I want to research all that I can and give a consistent, acceptable, or appreciative conclusion, right? Because again, why do you think I was so critical of Death Battle? Because it's so, like, and I don't want to say immature. It's so amateurish. It didn't feel like they did the full homework. Mitsuru, not even, she wasn't even universal. She was like town level. What? Tifa was apparently like a building buster, not even like a multiversal. Like what? Maka, oh man, I forgot to mention Maka. Oh boy, yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like I will eventually. It's just that at the moment it's not on the current future projects I'm doing. What do you think of Mema Uzumaki? Is he a cool character to you? In concept, he was cool, but I think the issue is I want to see more of Menma, because I think the movie didn't do a great disservice on Menma's character, because my issue is like, why did he just randomly turn evil? Because like there were sort of subtle hints as to why he was doing it. I know it's a other world and stuff, but it's like it felt off. Like it felt like there was something missing about why he turned evil. Like I get that Naruto himself could have turned evil, but that version of Naruto specifically just felt a bit like disjointed. Like there was like a missing piece, but otherwise it was fine. And then if we're talking about the other filler episodes of Menma, I mean, he was okay. Like I remember what was it? The Road to 1010. There was the other good version of Menma or whatever. So there's that. Hold on a second. But yeah, what would you think? Would you do this for future Deathbat episodes that you find interesting? I think you gotta word it differently. That kind of confused me. Oh yeah, you did ask me what matches I would suggest for Death Battle. Ooh. That's still kind of hard, I'm not gonna lie. And especially, because I don't want to just be like, oh, revisit a character, because, nah, that could... And it's gotta be interesting. I don't know. Ooh, well, I mean... I think it would be cool visually for them to do, like, a Sun Jin Woo, like, Shadow versus, like, some other being at his peak. Like, I'm not talking about like the solo leveling, like, no, I'm talking about the novels where he's like a literal multiversal possible outer god. That would be pretty cool. Because I'm not just thinking like, ooh, like their stats, the fight itself would be a nice matchup. Like, no, I'm also trying to think of like visually, like what would be a cool visual fight as well. I don't know, Sung Jin Woo would actually be pretty cool of a fight, in my opinion. In my opinion, I'm not saying you have to agree, but yeah. I'm trying to think. Was there other? Oh yeah, they haven't. Or wait, did they? They haven't done anything Luffy related. Yeah, they haven't done a Luffy fight. Huh. Yeah, they gotta do something Luffy related. How can you not? You done one for Naruto, Ichigo, Goku. But you haven't done anything Luffy related? Dang. Yeah, because they did Zoro. I'm trying to... They haven't done anything Luffy related? Yeah, they gotta do a matchup for Luffy. No shot. They have to do a Luffy-related matchup, bro. How could you not, bro? Hold on, I gotta look at the list now. If they haven't done a single Luffy matchup, they have to. How can they not, bro? He's literally the famous manga character in Japan, bro. Yeah, they haven't... No, yeah, they did do Ace. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they did Sanji, they did Zoro. No, they should have. Did they? Yeah, they did. They did. Okay, and then they did one for Ace. Yeah, but no Luffy. Huh. Yeah, they gotta do one for Luffy. 100%. That's definitely... that's my answer then. Yeah. Something versus Luffy. 100%. Next stream, I have no idea. I'm definitely not gonna live stream the next death battle matchup. I have no knowledge or interest on Buffy the Vampire Slayer or whoever the other character is. I don't care. I genuinely do not care this time. I have no connection towards either series. I just do not care. I just do not care, so I'm not gonna do a live stream on that, that's for sure. Maybe, you know what? Oh yeah, I forgot Blade from Marvel. I mean, I'm pretty sure Buffy could have some absurd scaling, but like, again, this is Marvel we're talking about. But of course, it's Death Battle. They're gonna be like, oh, Blade is only city level with lightning speed. Oh, he has weakness to sun. Like, oh my gosh, they're gonna have the same stupid argumentation, bro. I can promise you for sure, whenever they release Ash versus Yugi, or especially Light versus Columbo, y'all bet your bottom dollar I'm gonna react to that live. Specifically Light vs. Columbo. I know y'all think I'm trolling, but I'm 100% telling you right the frick now. None of the matchups up till now has made me this hyped up except this one. Like, the closest matchup I could possibly think of that's made me this hyped up is maybe, I guess Simon versus Kyle. That's the closest. Or actually, no. Kratos versus Asura in terms of the fight visually. But otherwise, yeah, nah. 100% I'm gonna live stream Light vs. Columbo. I have to. I need to. I know y'all might be thinking I'm like, why? What kind of like weird interest you have for this matchup? Bro, I'm just telling you. I just need to. That's all I need to say. But yeah, 100%. Yeah, there we go. That's true. The issue I have with the unfair stomp is that Death Battle weirdly makes these dumb, like, phrasing where they're like, oh man, this fight was so exciting, but it was such a close match. But it's like, no. You clearly just explained that these characters are nothing alike and nowhere near each other. Yet you try to make it seem it's like more impressive or like spectacular than it actually is. It's like, no, stop it. Persona 5 R Morgana versus Dexter the cat would be cool. Yeah, true. I guess, yeah. Actually, to be fair, I think Dexter would definitely, like, stomp. Just because of association to DC, unfortunately. Who wins? Joker, Persona 5, Comp, or Shin Megami Tensei Dante with... I'ma probably give it to Dante. Because... Well, ooh. Nah, I think I will... My gut wants to say Dante because the issue is that Persona 5, like Joker, he specifically has to be in relation to the collective unconscious. But without that, he's just, you know, an average kid. You know what I'm saying? He has to, like, train himself to reach those, like, high tier power, whereas Dante... that's kind of his job. He does that on a day-to-day basis. And to be fair, you know what, with Dante being part of Capcom and stuff, he does have like Marvel crossovers. So even if you do the, oh, well, he had Joker as comp, like with Smash Brothers or something, or other crossovers he's done over the years, it's like, yeah, but Dante just has it all because of those crossovers. I forgot, yeah, he even does the PlayStation All-Star crossover with the reboot, so it's like you try to up Persona, but then it's like, well, it doesn't matter. Dante probably just goes beyond that eventually. So it's like, ugh. Yeah, so my gut definitely wants to say Dante. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you could still give something to Joker. I don't want to say it's a one-sided match, but it would be interesting. But I would probably give it to Dante. Oh, yeah. So, there's one thing I was going to say about the death battle that I just saw. So, again, to be fair, it's all theatrical. I'm not trying to be super mad. Obviously, it's just for show, but one of the biggest problems I had for this matchup, Ruby versus Maka, I will say, actually, I didn't even review it, but animation-wise, it was very gorgeous. It was very stylish. I loved it. It's actually it felt so nice to see Soul Eater characters come back after decades of just nothing. I know there was like that spin-off, but it was like, that's been years since anyone talked about that, so cool to have them come back after so many years of just, being part of nostalgia. So the fight itself was fine. The soundtrack was actually pretty nice. Their abilities was cool. The acting was actually very spot on. Everything was pretty cool. Ruby's side of scaling was alright. I think pretty much all of it I can say it was pretty good. I think the issue I had with the Soul Eater scaling was just because of Fire Force, because I freaking called it. They disregarded Fire Force scaling. Now the reason why is because, as you saw in the text of the video, they claim that Fire Force has higher scaling than Soul Eater, and that whatever was shown in Fire Force should not apply to Soul Eater, but that's just blatantly wrong, because the TLDR is that, as I said, the final boss of Fire Force is Kishin, before the actual Soul Eater Kishin existed, because the main protag essentially sealed him away, even nerfing him a bit from, literally erasing the entire universe or whatever. So the author who wrote Fire Force is also the same author of Soul Eater. So it's not just a one-off crossover like, oh, Mega Man meets Sonic, or oh, Dragon Ball meets One Piece. Like, it's not those like self-contained crossover events that are forgotten afterward. No, Fire Force is a direct prequel and continuation onto Soul Eater. So anything lore related onto Fire Force immediately is acceptable and confirmed and applicable and consistent to the lore of Soul Eater. Now the reason why I'm emphasizing this is because Kishin from Soul Eater is essentially thematically, symbolically, and foreshadowed and subtly the same Kishin from Fire Force. Kishin in Fire Force is literally stated to be the collective unconscious, literally like some persona energy, the unconsciousness of the entire humanity, of madness and fear and despair and everything else negative, basically. And their goal was basically to end the world, but not just like the planet world, like no, literally end the entire universe world. And the protag, Shinra, literally no-diffed this god Kishin, who was gonna destroy not just the living universe, but the collective unconscious universe. A whole separate universe, by the way. Which essentially makes Shinra at its peak, as well as Kishin, a universal plus downplayed to more consistently a low multiversal being. And Shinra no-diffed it. And Kishin comes back in the world of Soul Eater with the same power and threat level as in the same series prior. So the reason why I'm getting to this is because Death Battle claims that Maka does not scale to the characters of Fire Force, but that's flat out wrong, because she literally fights the same Kishin that Shinra had to deal with at the end of the climax of Fire Force. So basically, if in Fire Force Kishin is low multiversal, That means Maka has to be low multiversal to defeat the same being, which includes anything else related, be it Hack's resistance, Hack's abilities, maybe infinite speed or omnipresence, whatever. Maka has to fight that same threat level, probably worse if it got stronger because of Crona and a bunch of other stupid stuff. So that's why this stomp of a fight is so one-sided. That's why I already knew that deep down, while yes, they could have just say, oh, well, honestly, they could have just resolved it by just saying, we're not going to apply Fire Force scaling because it's not going to change the result. And I would have been totally fine with that. But because they explicitly stated, no, Maka does not scale to Fire Force because she's just weaker or whatever, that's just flat out wrong. No, she has to be as strong as Shinra. Even if it's an external amp, it doesn't matter. The mere fact she was even damaging like a suppressed or like casual base form Kishin Asura, that means that she has to be of said level. I'm not just talking about AP, I'm also talking about speed, I'm talking about range, Hack's resistance, Hack's abilities, everything. So that's what I'm saying, is like basically they're trying to downplay this fight to be a large town buster to a continent buster, when in reality, no. It was actually more like a large town Ruby character versus a low multiversal Fire Force / Soul Eater character. That's why I'm saying I'm disappointed and frustrated that they did the exact same thing as they did with Yang versus Tifa and Weiss versus Mitsuru. Because keep in mind, if you really wank the interpretation to extreme, maybe Kishin Asura could be like as strong as like Mitsuru. Personally, I don't think that's the case. But I mean, low multiversal is still powerful as is. But that's what I'm saying, is like even the watered down version is not going to make this matchup any fair. It's just not. Maka's going to like easily speed blitz and one shot Ruby before she has a chance of fighting back. None of her abilities is going to hurt her. None of her abilities is going to negate her abilities. None of her Ruby's attacks is going to damage or even bypass anything Maka throws at her. Like, Maka's just straight up no diff. And for some reason, they just assume, oh, well, but the Fire Force lore is complex and a bit different, and it doesn't apply to Soul Eater. No, it's not. Stop it. I guarantee you guys, do that for any other franchise, and you're gonna get laughed at. Imagine if someone tried to power scale Boruto, but the same person was like, oh, you can't use Naruto scaling because it's not relevant. It's not applicable to Boruto scaling. People will clown that idiot. People will be like, you're such a moron. How can you believe that Naruto scaling is no longer applicable to Boruto? No, it's still relevant. Obviously, it's going to get outshined. But anything Naruto related is still going to follow into Boruto, no matter what. Or imagine if in Dragon Ball, people are like, oh, well, Dragon Ball Z scaling has no relevance to Dragon Ball GT. No, it is. No, it is. Z is still going to be relevant into GT. Oh, well, you know, Dante, he doesn't scale to, like, crossover, so it's not relevant. Too bad. He has other absurd scaling at the end of the day. Who cares? That's why it was just like, ugh. It was, oh, man. Man, oh, man, oh, man. Yeah, Yang versus Tifa, I give that a 5. That was a terrible matchup. The fight itself was fine, but the actual research was awful. Weiss versus Mitsuru, I'd probably give it a 4, really. The animation was still great, but everything else is terrible. Blake versus Mikasa, I'd probably give it a 7, weirdly enough. But that's only because, you know, Attack on Titan scaling is not as absurd as, you know, those other verses. And then finally, oh yeah, Crona, I forgot about Crona versus Venom. No, Venom would stomp Crona. Even if we give Crona the low multiversal scaling or even outer versal scaling somehow, if you just ignore context, Venom would just still stomp at the highest extreme. And then finally, Ruby versus Maka. Again, low multi versus a freaking large town destroyer. Yeah, like that's going to be of relevance. But to be fair, the fight itself was still entertaining. it would have been entertaining a while back, but you know, Fire Force makes that no longer valid. I'll still give it a 6 at the very least, but yeah. Oh, Crona versus Venom. Oh yeah, I forgot. I did not like the sprite animation. The sprite, bro, I couldn't even see anything because the characters are literally pitch black and the background is black, and I'm like, bro, they blend in. I can't see anything. And then the fighting was just also kind of stiff. Honestly, I'd probably consider that my least favorite. I'd probably put that like as a 3 in my opinion. It may seem harsh, but it's like, well, sorry, but that's just how I generally feel about these matchups. Specifically made by Death Battle, because they don't really know what they're doing at this rate. How often do power scalers not use Fire Force scaling for Soul Eater? I mean, it's just to those who are either new getting into it, or they think, or they're just appealing to incredulity. I mean, look, it's not the only series that's gone through that. Like, for example, me, I always had to debunk people trying to apply movie scaling for Dragon Ball onto the actual anime, because there's more proof of it not being canon than it is. But Soul Eater and Fire Force are the complete opposite, where there's too many evidence to prove they are in fact connected. Yet for some reason a few select people think that it's not applicable. It's like, no, it is totally applicable. You just don't want it to, because you don't want it to be stronger than you think it is. It's like, okay. I think that's another reason why I have issues with crossover scaling, because because my issue with crossover scalings is the fact that there's not enough priority, if you get what I mean. Because crossovers are meant to be standalones. They're like just one-offs that fans can just have fun, not really think that much, which is fine. At least it's self-aware of what it is. But unfortunately, there are fans that think that it must be in some weird capacity canon because of association fallacy or some other stupid appeal fallacy. Or you know what, for example, like the God Fusion Goku. For some reason, people want to think he's like some transcendent, boundless character while ignoring all context. Yeah, when we do the same thing for other franchises, they're like, no, you're just stupid. It's like, why? I'm using the same logic you were using a minute ago. Yeah, you think it's not applicable for this situation, so that's why I'm like, why do they do these matchups? I get that, yes, I get it. They both are unique. Maka and Ruby have sights. They have special abilities. They are, you know, prodigies or the protagonists. I get it. I know there's similarities. I know they have, you know, unique qualities to one another, but that doesn't matter, man. These matchups do not need to be like one-to-one identical. Can we not just have an interesting, like, fight that makes sense? Like, why does Goku always need to be put up against Superman? Why can't it just be Goku, a guy who loves to fight, versus a character who hates fighting? Like, yeah, why wouldn't that not be an interesting matchup? A character who just despises fighting and will destroy universes just to end all fighting. That would be a cool dynamic. Or like, hey, there's All Might, the greatest superhero and my hero, versus some character in another fictional verse who's considered the greatest villain in the world. That would be interesting. That's why I'm like, ugh, these matchups could be much better than just the face value similarity. I'm not saying I can think of a immediately a better matchup. I'm just saying, like, hey, you know, there are more interesting matchups than just the face value one that you can just easily think up of. I was gonna say, yeah. Remember that one Akatsuki member that has a scythe? Why not put him up against Ruby? I don't know, just spitballing. Or why not use any other like Bleach character that uses a scythe against Ruby? That makes more sense, unironically. Like, there's so many scythe users in fiction. Why not just use anybody else except the low multiversal character against a town buster, bro? Come on now. Or heck, Ruby is a hunter. Why not put her up against another hunter? Like, I don't know, like, I don't know. Yeah, like a monster hunter. Like, yeah, Ruby, who does, you know, grim hunting versus a monster hunter character. There you go. That's a similarity, I guess. I don't know, I'm just giving some ideas, but you get what I'm saying. Yeah, bias. Yeah, I don't really have a bias. I mean, unless you consider consistency as a bias, I don't know, but if you want to, I just wish people can acknowledge, like, maybe some discrepancies. Like, for example, I'm not going to say, oh, this must be the objective, 100% factual, only conclusion you could come up with. I'm like, no, there's several conclusions you could come up with. But either acknowledge it, or just not talk about it. Just straight up. That's all you got to say. So, I'm not sure that might be me, of course, but, you know. Ruby versus Maka. Yeah, I know the creator wanted to do it, but Is it though? I mean, in order in terms of like fairness, Weiss versus Mitsuru is definitely at the bottom of the barrel, 100%. Not even close. Tifa versus Yang is probably third. Like, yeah, second to worst, 100%, because Final Fantasy scaling is ridiculous. Like, it's not on the same level as Persona. It can definitely get up there if you, like, maybe composite scaling, because, you know, Smash Brothers and a bunch of other stupid Final Fantasy crossovers that's been happening that could relate to Tifa. I just think that Shin Megami Tensei, it just has way more years of products and crossovers that just goes way beyond Final Fantasy level, but whatever. Yeah, but what for sure, Weiss versus Mitsuru would be second to last. And then, yeah, Ruby versus Maka is definitely the third worst. So unironically, Blake versus Mikasa was the more fair matchup out of all four of them. Like, yeah, Mitsuru should have just... You might as well... Honestly, it would have been more of a fair matchup of Mitsuru versus a DC or Marvel character. Like, Ice Woman or Iceman. That would have been more of a, ironically, like, more fair fight than Weiss of all characters. And then Tifa versus anyone else besides Yang. Yang is not even in the same discussion. Like, you might as well put Yang up against, like, some Baki character or... I don't know. Maybe some Yakuza character or something. I don't know. If the fact that the top two gods of Ruby are barely scratching above galaxy feats, then yeah, a good majority of casts across the franchises of many medium are not going to be expecting Ruby to put up a fight, like just straight up. Dragon Ball is going to no-diff Ruby. Persona, Bleach, Naruto, like there's so many verses that are gonna no-diff. Like just wreck all of Ruby without much issues. Like any... Honestly, even like My Hero would probably give a run for their money. Like that's how bad it's gonna be. Like My Hero characters, like the top tiers would low-key just manhandle all of Ruby. Like 1v all type of scenario. I mean, I get it. It's just that the issue is the way Death Battle does it. They always try to make it seem like it's more closer than it actually is. And again, it's not. I didn't make up these matchups. Death Battle did. And Death Battle, it's not just the fact that they made these matchups. They can't even make the analysis accurate. They horribly did terrible at scaling Tifa. They did a terrible job at scaling Mitsuru. And then they didn't even scale Maka to Fire Force, which is applicable to make it seem more one-sided or more, fair. But I don't know, Continent Buster versus Town Level is still not fair to begin with. So it's not my fault they can't find another franchise that is similar in caliber. Like I said, unironically, My Hero versus Ruby makes more sense in terms of a closer, fair matchup than freaking Outer Reversal Persona, bro. JJK, I wouldn't mind. That actually would be pretty interesting. Well, kind of. Their Hex ability is kind of broken, so I don't know. Or heck, JoJo. Actually, ooh, JoJo would be pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie. Or like, I'm trying to think, like, what was it called? Shoot, I just had it. I just had the name. Oh yeah, like the kaijus. Yeah, like that's what I was gonna say. Like the kaijus from Godzilla. That would be interesting. Like Team Ruby versus Godzilla type of thing. I mean, I'm not saying that would be a fair fight, but I'm just like, I'm trying to think of list ideas. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't know, some Ice-type Pokemon versus Weiss. I don't know. There's way more options than the absurd gap, bro. I will say that, keep in mind, I haven't like fully deep dive research on Ruby, but it's like, again, it's very simple to go through, and it's like, it's not that complex. Like, you can, if you give me the full time to research all that there is for Ruby at the moment, I'm probably gonna be done in less than a month. Like, I'm talking like maybe 2 weeks tops. There's not much to go over, and Death Battle has already gone through all that you can to really up them up, and they're not really going to be relevant in terms of most discussions. I mean, not just because the series has been extremely mid for even the community itself, but like, it's not going to go up against the heavy hitters of most popular shonen series. So if they're not going to even be relevant against the likes of, Dragon Ball, Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, what makes you think it's going to be any more relevant against other, like, non-popular tier franchises? That's true. That's true. I will give them that. Yeah, people just want to see the characters fight. And to be fair, again, I did mention how it was cool to see Soul Eater be given any recognition in the year 2025. But I mean, if it's for the sake of just representation, then just, I don't know, find a better fight that does the job well as good. I don't know. Like, why not just do Maka versus some other character, and in the next episode, Ruby versus another character that makes her win? I don't know. That's just me, of course, but. I don't know. Yeah, like maybe Ruby versus Harry Potter or something. I don't know. And the only reason why I say, like, make the matchups fair is because, like, well, that's what makes matchups more interesting. Like, hey, it's not just oh, this character's stronger, way faster, way smarter, way more skilled. The end. It's like, no, if we want to have a longer the topic or discussion, then hey, it's cool that we can be like, ooh, well, this character does have this one specific ability that could, you know, give them the edge. Oh, but then this character that has this speed feat, so maybe they win because of their speed. But then, oh, but this character's way smarter. And because they did this one intelligent feat right here that could give them the edge, it's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, ooh, those matchups can finally make the discussion be more, have more depth. You know, because like, for example, people scale JoJo, and most JoJo scalers don't really argue it from a power perspective. They mostly argue it from a skill versus skill and intelligence versus intelligence. They're like, well, in this scenario, maybe JoJo's time stock could work, but then it could get erased. But then if he's smart enough to outsmart his character, maybe you can put him in this situation and then you take advantage of his skills against them. But then if JoJo gets too cocky or if he doesn't figure out at a certain time frame, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, yeah, those matchups get to be more interesting. Because then you can even do the same thing for Ruby. It's like, oh yeah, well, Ruby is town level, which may not seem impressive, but then she beats up my Magikarp. Magikarp is like not even human level, so there you go, Ruby wins. It's like, well, that's not really fun either. Why not have more interesting matchups? Like, oh, well, Ruby has a speed advantage, but maybe depending on the limited amount of ammo she has, or what if her semblance gets countered, but then if she uses that at a specific time frame, like, I feel like there's so many ways you can make a matchup more interesting and discussion more entertaining if you just know how to do it. Mahito versus Shigaraki. I mean, yeah, I guess. Oh, I guess that also just depends on character. Maybe they're just doomed to suffer. You know, fans just really hate a specific character, so just say screw it and just bop them. Harry Potter versus Edward. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Edward versus Ruby sounds like a more interesting matchup, in my opinion. Low key, Edward versus Ruby would go pretty hard. I'm not joking. I think that would unironically be a better matchup. I mean, that's just me. Maybe it is one-sided for Ruby's favor, but it's more in a similar range at least. Or what's that one series? Tokyo Ghoul. I don't know, Ruby versus that one Protect from Tokyo Ghoul would probably be more fair-ish. And it makes sense, you know, Ruby having to live in a world where Grimm is all about despair and stuff, versus the Protect who becomes the very things that, you know, brought despair and corruption and separation, segregation into his world. And he has to be the soul. And, you know, because Salem was turned into a Grimm, but wants to destroy the world, whereas the Protect from Tokyo Ghoul turns into the very thing he hates, but then uses that power to restore peace into his world. It's like, yeah, there's a better there's a better similarity with Ruby and that character versus Ruby versus Maka. I already forgot his name. What's his name? Yeah, Ken Kaneki. Yeah. I'm not saying people would probably be... Actually, you know what? Tokyo Ghoul scaling would be pretty interesting for a visual. That would actually be pretty interesting. I wouldn't mind that. And that was from the top of my head, by the way. I wasn't really thinking that far out, but I'm like, actually, yeah, there is more connections between these two characters. Because he is like, you know, a hunter for ghouls at one point, but then he doesn't at a certain point and stuff. Like, I'm just saying, like, unironically, that would be a more interesting matchup. I remember a matchup I saw, Composite Ruby versus Composite Izuku. Oh, yeah. Yeah, honestly, yeah, sure. I still think even in that scenario, ironically, Deku could win. I'm not entirely sure, but I need to think that one through. But yeah. Again, I'm not saying everyone has to do a specific way of matchups, because it could just be a simple question of like, hey, I just generally want to know. Maybe it is a one-sided match, but I just wanted to know the answer or the explanation as to why. But like Death Battle, I just don't like the fact that they always try to present it as if like these fights can always be one-sided, or like no, sorry, like close match, when it's like, yeah, it's only a close match because y'all fail at actually scaling these characters correctly. Because I don't like the argument of like, oh, well, it's just for entertainment. It's like, no, you can still be entertaining and informative at the same time. And especially when these guys have a budget and are trying to be like the, you know, the authority of these matchups, then, I don't know, try harder next time. I don't know why there's like thousands of other scalers that have no budget that can come up with a better conclusion than these guys who has a team of researchers that skip on a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? So that's just me, you know. Smash Ultimate Mitsuru versus Shadow is interesting. Yeah, Death Battle did that matchup poorly. It was so terrible. They did it like as a joke, but it's like, no, that was just terrible, bro. You all did not need to like heavily downplay Shadow just so you can make a stupid joke. Well, no, and I'm not saying they're overseeing the power scaling. They're overseeing the like matchups themselves. They think that they know the conclusions better than anyone else. It's like, well, and keep in mind, I'm not talking about modern Death Battle. I'm talking about Death Battle in general, bro. They really thought that they were the top dogs to know how Goku versus Superman would match up. And y'all know their Superman versus Goku matchup was terrible. All three of them. Back in the day, they really thought that, oh yeah, we know who would win with Doomsday versus Hulk, but that's such a terrible matchup. Y'all already saw Yang versus Tifa. Y'all already saw Weiss versus Mitsuru. I already reacted to Hulk versus Godzilla, and they did a poor job at interpreting Godzilla's scaling, because they were really not good at explaining the details or the complexities of their cosmology. So it's like, okay, if you're gonna try to get into something new y'all aren't really used to, then just read a little more. Just analyze, think about it a bit more, and then you'll finally get there. How is it that I, a complete nobody, can understand some of the complex details and ideas used in these fictional verses, but these teams of paid staffers can't? Like, imagine them trying to debate or like do a matchup for Elden Ring. I bet you 90% of the fan base is gonna laugh at how terrible their scaling is for Elden Ring. Just because, oh well, they're bound to gameplay, and then the story doesn't really explain their outer scaling, so they're probably not. It's like, shut up, man. That's how bad it's gonna be if they were to do that. That's why I'm just like, ugh. They did fine with the Hulk scaling. It's just that the Godzilla, they did a poor job interpreting it. I myself am not even a Godzilla or Hulk scaler, but even I knew like they were not doing a great job explaining it. If they were trying to make it seem a certain level, then it actually was. If you want another great example, is like Simon versus Kyle, where they're like trying to emphasize like outer scaling, but there's like, well, they didn't really do a good job explaining that aspect either. So yeah. Because again, they try to seem, because they want to be informative and entertaining, but it's like, well, if you're not going to put the extra effort in to be as accurate as you could possibly be to the characters, why bother making the matchup? Imagine if in the matchup for Ruby versus Maka, they only put Ruby or Maka at building level, and then they put Ruby at outer versal level. You'll be like, what? Why? How? Why? Like, when? Or imagine if they did Shadow versus the Mewtwo, and they're like, oh yeah, Shadow's only like rock level with like Mach 1 scaling, and then Mewtwo is like for some reason only like island level, and it's like maybe lightning speed. You'll be like, no, that's bad scaling for Shadow and Mewtwo. How is this acceptable? Just because, oh, but their fight is nice. It's like, I don't care. I'm not just gonna argue the quality of just the fight itself. I'm arguing for the quality of the entire video. I refuse to just be like giving them leeways when they have 200 episodes, over 10 years of content, of a mountain of research done, and they're still making the same mistake over and over and over again. No. That's not how things should be done. It's not just a death battle thing. It should be any franchise in general. Oh, man. Are split different power scalers like Godzilla versus... Yeah. Well, the reason why is because Death Battle are not good at power scaling. Because most of the time they only scale via feats. But power scalers, good power scalers shouldn't just scale based on feats. You scale them on every source imaginable. Statements, feats, scaling chains, author statements, guidebooks, lore, definitions, cosmology, etc. Because if you get rid of context, it loses that value of the character. Just look at Goku. If you just say, oh, Goku versus Jiren, oh, well, how does Jiren scale? Oh, well, Jiren punches Goku. So what, is Jiren just fist level? If you just get rid of all the context, well, yeah, no duh, Jiren's not going to be strong because he has no context. But because there is context that people for some reason like to ignore or just don't want to acknowledge, well then no duh, he's not going to be impressive because you ignore the context. That's why we need the context to further elaborate and understand the complexities and full analysis of Jiren's capabilities. So that's why, because of statements, guidebooks, promo sources, author intention, and dialogue from the characters, Jiren is way stronger than just human punch level, right? But for some reason, Death Battle struggles with things beyond feats. They just think that, oh, well, this character did this on screen, and that's the best we can do for him. It's like, no. This character is stated to be the strongest in the world, and this other villain can blow up the universe. And even if the main character didn't blow up the universe, he beats up a villain who can blow up a universe. He's probably universal. But because of feats only, though, I guess they're not universal. Which is again annoying, because these characters, the Death Battle keeps saying, oh, we will use everything in their history across all mediums. But then right in the middle of their video, they're like, oh yeah, we're not going to use this crossover because it's not canon. Oh, it's only gag feats though. Oh, but it's not really canon. Oh, but this was then when they were nerfed. Oh, well, this doesn't count because some weird fallacy, or it's just an outlier. It's just a contradiction. It's just a retcon. It's so stupid. That's why I never just accept it. Versus Hulk and Godzilla and Inizuku Miles. Well, okay, for example, I already reacted to Ruby versus Maka. I do agree with what they said with Ruby, because they were right. Yes, Ruby at the high end can have light speed scaling. And she can have roughly large town level to maybe, if you really squint your eyes, maybe city level scaling at the highest. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm agreeing with that. That's perfectly fine. If you want to downplay them, sure. But otherwise, in terms of consistency, yeah, There's nothing wrong with what they said for Ruby. But I have huge beef with Maka scaling because they completely omitted Fire Force scaling. And it's not to say because... It's mainly because of what Death Battle said. They're like, oh yeah, they're just weaker than Fire Force. Like, no, they're not. No, they're not. There's a lot of evidence to contradict that argument. So that's why I can agree with what they said for Ruby, but I can disagree with what they said for Soul Eater. So the same thing can apply for those other matchups. So sure, they did get most of the things right for My Hero scaling, but they got everything wrong for Marvel/Miles scaling. Same thing for Hulk versus Godzilla. Sure, they may have done almost everything correct for Hulk, but they did not do a good job for Godzilla scaling. So that's probably why some of the power scalers who have mixed opinions on those videos come up with those conclusions. Because they're like, yeah, it's not completely terrible, but it's not completely accurate for maybe one side or the other. Right? Because like I said, I'm not going to just bash them for the sake of being mean. No, I'm still going to be fair to Death Battle. I'm going to give them credit where credit's due. But that doesn't mean that there aren't parts that they could improve upon. And that's why I have beef with Death Battle. Because, like, bro, we had 10 years since their first Ruby matchup. And thankfully, they finally got everything right for Ruby. But I already just reacted to their Crona versus Venom matchup. And yet, despite Fire Force being many years over since then, because it finished 2022, and Ruby vs. Maka came out 3 years later, and yet they're still going to argue that Fire Force scaling is not applicable. Come on now. 3 years since then? Nah. Unacceptable, bro. It does not take them 3 years. It should never take 3 years for anyone to be like, okay, now we should use Fire Force scaling. Or likewise for Marvel. Marvel has existed for like, I'm trying to say like, what, 70 years, 80 years? And people are still going to be arguing that, oh, Venom is not universal, even after 80 years of comics? Give me a break. Nah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, they can get some things right, but they can get some things wrong. So I'm going to call out what they get right, but also call out what they got wrong. That's why I'm like, yeah. I'm not saying some of the other power scalers are immediately dumb or whatever. And to be fair, I already use myself an example. I'm not saying I know everything about Soul Eater or Ruby, but I do know just enough to give a decent argumentation to justify the point I'm getting at. So surely some of these other power scalers, they're like, yeah, I may not know anything about My Hero, so maybe I did miss something that I wouldn't call out because I don't know enough. But I do know enough on Marvel, therefore I can call out Hulk, right? So you never know. Maybe some of these other power scalers, they're like, yeah, I'm okay with it because they did a decent middle ball range or whatever. But either way, that doesn't mean that should shield them from criticism. So, yeah. That's pretty much all I gotta say about that. Oh, man. But yeah, what a fun live stream that was. Yeah, 5 hours, bro. 5 hours of pure Ruby. Maybe someday I could do my own, like, Ruby video scaling. Probably not anytime soon. I don't think it's gonna be relevant enough for anyone to care. I mean, I will say I'm surprised nobody has ever done a Ruby scaling video, but I guess just people don't seem to care enough about it or think it's that interesting. Maybe I could do one on my own in the future, but nah. We'll see. Same thing could be Soul Eater. I don't know. Maybe it could just be a simple matchup of my own, but we'll see. Alright. Anyways, I think that's a good way to end things off. I already rambled on long enough. I already made my criticisms for all the 5 videos I've done. I don't think I can really say much else because I am trying to review it based on what Death Battle said, not what I personally think the actual matchup should be, because I'd be here for another 5 hours about how Yang versus Tifa would be. You know, like what would be Tifa scaling, what would be Mikasa scaling. But that was just, you know, be beating a dead horse at that point. So. But otherwise, I still had relatively a fun time just going back. Because again, I generally want to see, okay, if I do have a genuine issue with Death Battle, I have to actually show or prove why I have an actual issue of how they present their videos. So it's a great way to see, reevaluate, revisit what they've made in the past, see how they've gone, how far they've gone, how much they've improved, how much they could improve and stuff. So I'm sorry to all those who think I'm just a weird, angry hater all the time. I'm not. So I'm just, bro, this is a live stream. I am supposed to, you know, entertain people. Otherwise, again, no hate to the creators of RWBY, Soul Eater, Death Battle. I have huge expectations, alright? I'm sorry, but, you know, whether you're an official content creator with $1 billion of budget or an indie creator, just know your limits, you know? Just do your best, do what you can, and just have fun with it, but also just, you know, be open to criticism, be open to improve, and be aware of your limitations and stuff. That's what I can only ask for most artists. I'm no different for myself as well. You know, I like to apply that to myself. I hope I can apply that to everybody else. I think, what do you think about Penny versus N from Murder Journals? Ooh, I mean, that could be fun. I ain't gonna lie. I think that could be fun. I think the issue is just more so. I think it'll be another case of Maka versus RWBY, where it's like it's so one-sided, not in favor of Penny. I understand that, you know, they're robots and stuff, but But yeah, any last remaining questions? Otherwise, I'm about to head out in a few minutes because I finally beat another record, 5 hours straight of live streaming. I guess, you know what, as a last minute update. Unfortunately, of course, as with life, my job has once again put me back to overtime, so I'm not gonna have much time to do more progress on my videos, but thankfully, unlike in the past, I am still making very good progress. One video is already essentially ready for post-production. The other 3 are still, unfortunately, in the production phase, but nonetheless, I'm still making very smooth progress, that's for sure. And to be fair, you know, making 4 videos at the same time, that's kind of new to me, but to be fair, it's still a fun process. I still got the motivation. I'm still having fun just doing it. So yeah, so again, like I said, as I promised, 100% for sure, the next video is definitely gonna be PyCon. So obviously that thing is still going well. I still gotta do a little bit more research, but once it's done, I'm gonna immediately go into scripting and then post-production, and then boom. I'm not gonna give any crazy, you know, expected due dates. I'm tired of doing that. I fail meeting expectations of my due dates, so I'm just gonna do the best I can to make as much progress. I'm also in the middle of a cleaning process on my PC. I got a lot of files I gotta back up, unfortunately. And if I do not, unfortunately, I might lose a lot of my progress for projects, and not just the ones I'm doing right now, but also for the future. So that's why I don't want to say my projects are on hold, just it's slowed down a bit. What went from maybe going from, you know, 100% smooth process went down to like a 60% slow process, right? You know what I'm saying? So unfortunately, my videos won't be making as much flow as much as I wanted to, but they're still being made 100%. I'm still definitely looking forward to doing PyCon. I think that's going to be one of my more personal favorites I've done. I don't think it's going to be as popular, but I think in terms of me producing it, it's gonna be fun. I think PyCon is one of those characters where I'm like, yeah, this is where I feel proud just to be a fan, to do these types of videos where I'm like, yes, this is the type of content I was hoping for, you know what I'm saying? So it's saying but valid. Yeah. Again, it's all for entertainment. I'm not like this all the time. You know, I gotta hype up, you know, the stream a bit, you know what I'm saying? I don't really care. I'm not that emotional for these characters. I love them. Don't get me wrong. I love these characters, but I'm not gonna lose sleep over how, you know, they're presented. Come on. Come on. I'm not that crazy. I am in some ways, but not in other ways. Alright. Oh, and also, thank you very much, Odd Robin, for the subscription. Thank you very much. Alright, I think that's all for me. I give y'all a last quick update. Progress is still being made. Still slow, unfortunately, but I'm still making them videos. Definitely making some other future projects and developments and, like, outline, you know, phase. So, no worries to that. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. If y'all want to comment, if y'all have any problems with my opinions, by all means comment or whatever. Yeah, otherwise, thank you very much. I hope y'all have a wonderful day. Hope you appreciate my reactions. If y'all have any thoughts, by all means, comments and whatnot. Spread the word of Nums if y'all like. And yeah. Alright, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna relax. 5 hours, my throat is starting to get sore, my voice is starting to hurt. But yeah, anyways, thank you very much for y'all patience. Thanks for hanging out for me for 5 hours. And that's all I gotta say. Everyone have a great day, night, evening. Have a great breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, whatever. Y'all have fun out there, stay cool, stay awesome. And until then, this is your host, Nums. See y'all next time, be it live stream or video. Take care out there and have fun. Bye-bye.